Hola. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Get settled in real quick. Gotta move my big old fat fracky cat out of the way. What's up, Devin? Oh, good lord. Watching the Trump rally with Black Anomaly Rising. Shout out to him. Cool guy. Like, legitimately, as I was leaving, I was like, hey, great stream. I'll catch you on the next one or what have you. Got to go start up my stream. He's like, all right, Adam, thank you for stopping by. It was really nice of him. Really nice. Always like points out and highlights people and stuff in his comments and really cares about his viewers. So if getting set up, if you're into like ABL, Black Anomaly Rising, smaller channel. He's just starting out. Young bull down in Georgia, and I think he's got a shot going forward. He makes some good videos, decent content, everything else. Really nice guy, very nice guy. Why am I connected? You know, I kept hearing this echo, and I think I figured it out. What's going on? How are you? Me screwing around in the background. I'll kick us live in a second. Yeah, that's what I thought. Took Bean's advice. I'm going off the white background. How are you, Jamie? Just, usual GAM BS and painting, doing all that stuff. Oh, I appreciate you, man, for stopping by. Yeah, I was just saying that. I was just watching the rally too. It's basically his closing argument. So it's like I said, Black Anomaly Rising's channel. I think that kid's an up and comer. I call him a kid. I mean, I feel like a dick saying it that way, but you guys know what I mean. Like he's younger than me and therefore a kid. What the yeah, I switched that over. I had it set to top chat, so hopefully that'll fix our chat issues. Let's switch over to the camera and hopefully this fixes. If not, I might have to mess with something. Because I feel like it's out of focus, which means if I do that, let's see if this fixes it. Everyone is a kid. Yeah. Everybody's somebody's kid. Hopefully the lighting's good this time or what have you. Tonight we got this this Merfolk Merwoman. She's going to be an interesting paint job. And then if I got time, I'm going to do old Siren Head here. I honestly don't know much about Siren Head other than he's big and really weird and creepy. I understand he's a creepypasta, not an actual cryptid. So looking up his backstory would be interesting. Getting a little close to Halloween. Other stuff, I don't even know what I listed this video as. I was going to talk about, I know one person who told me about an out-of-body experience, so it's really their experience, not mine. But then I've had two of them over time. Just weird, creepy thing. Interesting, story. And then I plan on talking about the damn lost kittens. And the lost kittens has been driving me nuts for 3 days, and today it finally resolved. So that one will be a quick one, but it'll be a fun one. And then, of course, whatever you guys want to talk about, throw it up in the chat, what have you, and we'll get into it. I'm trying to figure out if it's because the Bluetooth kicked in or what have you. So I don't know. I think we'll start with the mer person because she's gonna be a lot rougher. I think she's got a lot of little stupid detail to her. So I think we'll start with her. Sit here and see if I can adjust this mic a little so I'm not leaning into it constantly like I have been for a minute now. Actually, I'm not going to be able to because I bent the damn mic stand. I swear to God, my entire operation is put together with toothpicks and bubble gum. We're going with the old GAM standard Rockstar tonight. Held on to one. Start fueling up. Hey, what's going on, Frogzilla? So I'm level 70 on Warcraft. There are so many goddamn quest lines to jam through. I did a Worgen Hunter on the Alliance side, so I've just been playing that. You know, you got me hooked on that. Got about 4 episodes left of Black Clover. I'm already finished Doctor Stone. I'm gonna have to find another anime to watch, but Black Clover is very good. Actually, Black Clover reminds me a lot of One Piece, except for One Piece is more about the crew growing as a crew as well as their individual journeys, and this one's kind of like more about the main characters growing on Black Clover. But very good call out on both those animes. Doctor Stone was great, although I think they might be jumping the shark a little bit going to outer space. Like I'm not sure how I like that one. Um, but Black Clover, I like I said, I kind of read where it goes, and I started looking at the manga because I know they ended episode 170 or whatever, and I was like, well, is it still going? And the manga's still going, but yeah, it's getting ugly. Yeah, I know. Bleach, the Thousand Year Saga or whatever, War Saga or whatever the hell it is. That's been on Crunchyroll. Like they do simulcast with it, so I'm kind of caught up with all that stuff. But Bleach didn't really grab me all that much. Like I thought it was cool, but it's not one to grab me. Um, I think I had mentioned this to you. There's a new one called Dan da Dan, and like the theme song's like Dan da Dan, Dan da Dan, Dan da Dan, like a heartbeat. And like it's fucking stupid funny. Like it's just a dumb funny show. Like the first thing, because the whole thing is like the guy is all into aliens and doesn't believe ghosts exist, and the girl doesn't believe that aliens exist and only believes in ghosts. And then they end up coming across like ghosts and aliens together, and like the kid gets possessed by Turbo Granny. And she's like she eats his dong. Like what the fuck? Um, so yeah, that's been a fun one to watch. I think I told you this before. Legendary Hero is Dead is one you should check out. That one's stupid funny too. Um, that one's actually a good one. But yeah, like the whole thing is right now, My Hero Academia, One Piece is still putting out episodes, but it's reanimations of old episodes, like a whole arc of it, and it because they're taking a break because the anime has caught up to the manga. So screwed on that. Um, My Hero Academia, like it's the final season, the next season because they ended the manga, and that thing's like I don't. They killed it right at a vital part in the story. Yeah, Legendary Hero is Dead. I don't think it's on Netflix. I think it's only on Crunchyroll. So I'll have to look up stuff that's Netflix friendly if that's the only outlet you have for your anime addiction. But there's one, it's called Ari Fiorta, I want to say. It's like Arifeuerta from Commonplace to Best in the World. And that one's actually a pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool one. That one's more that falls in the genre of isekai. Isekai. But yeah, I mean, there's quite a few of them. There's another one called Shangri-La Frontier. If you haven't seen that one's actually pretty fun. But a lot of them are only one season, and then you're done with it. Like that's it. You get one season, and then it's either on hiatus for another season, or they're not making another season of it. But yeah, Legendary Hero, crack you up. Legendary Hero is definitely is dead. Is like they had another one called Konosuba. I want to say it was called, and like that one was funny and messed up because every time like dude thinks he's getting like powered up or getting a whole bunch of money or whatever, something screws it all up like every time. But Legendary Hero is Dead is just ridiculous, like the whole thing behind it. And then I think you said you had seen Rising of the Shield Hero, right? Like all three seasons of that. Third season wasn't that great on that show, but the first two were bangers. Like they did a great job with it. Um, I mean, anime, like the whole thing is, it's all about that character journey. It's all about the character development. And it makes, like people are like, why have comic books died? Because as Frogzilla will tell you, there was a point in time where I was looking at and investigating, even going for a small business loan at one point to open a comic book shop. And unfortunately, when I was researching it and everything else, I was like, ooh, this shit's on a decline, like bad. And then before I threw my money into it or what have you, they kind of ruined the whole comics industry. Like they killed it. They 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 did all kinds of stuff. The comic books went instead of giving you a fantasy and escape from reality or whatever, they decided to I inject like their politics into their comics to a point where one girl and it's hysterical because I can't even remember what book it is. I can probably find the clip of it, but she's literally like they're interviewing her and she's pretty much very woke and all this, fourth wave feminist and all this kind of stuff. And then she's given the interview and she goes, if you don't like my politics, then don't buy my book. And then they did an interview with her 2 years later. And they're like, yeah, you wrote on this book and that book or whatever. And like, I'm sure you guys are selling through the roof because of all the comic book movies that are out. And she said, actually, it's the exact opposite. The comic book industry has dropped and all this stuff. And she turns around. She's like, I don't know what happened. Like, what do you mean you told people if you don't like what I have to say, don't buy my book? Well, people are going to take that like, yeah, why am I going to buy your book then? Like, it's just stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You know? Thought thought she was bucking a trend and ended up like going broke. But they decided to move more to stories of like just they took old characters and they repurposed them. Like Captain America, Sam Wilson in the comics does take over, so he was the Falcon. But you know what? The Falcon is an awesome character on his own. And it was same thing with Winter Soldier was Captain America before Sam Wilson. And Bucky Barnes actually gets the shield before Sam Wilson in the comics. But when they put it on Sam Wilson, he doesn't have any superpowers. He's not like hyped up with some kind of super serum. He's just a dude in a suit, and the suit is technologically advanced. Like, what are we doing here? Like, Captain America is like, there's a reason why he's like damn near unstoppable because of super soldier serum. Funny enough, super soldier serum is actually was the first step, and that's weapon one. So everybody knows, well, I think most people know, Wolverine is weapon X, right? So weapon 10. Deadpool is Weapon 11. And then X-23 is Weapon 23 from that same program. The new Wolverine. What's her name? Laura Kinney is Weapon 23. But the first weapon was them developing the super soldier serum for Steve Rogers back in World War II. So it's like it's cool you want to pass a mantle, but you already had a cool character. Why are you switching it out? And they did the same thing for the Hulk. Became a small Asian dude, and I can't even remember the guy's name. I want to say his last name was like Cho. Um, but they started switching around all the characters in the comics just to switch around the characters to diversity, inclusion, representation, or what have you. And when you do shit like that, it's one thing if you build a compelling character. If you build an interesting character and they have like the journey, the hero's journey, they have to overcome adversity and they have to become stronger. But instead you're just like, okay, well, we're just going to put a girl in this role because she's a girl. It doesn't really work. And then you overpower them or it just doesn't. So watching stuff in anime, they didn't buy into all that kind of crap. So you still have these characters that start off with nothing. And then you watch as they develop like the character into a hero or a villain or whatever. And what's really cool is the villains that you can actually sink your teeth into. We'll take Marvel Cinematic Universe, for example. Look at Thanos, right? What did Thanos want to do? He wanted to snap half of reality out of existence because everybody was running out of resources. That's kind of like you can kind of understand his plight. Like he watched his world die because of lack of resources. He watched as all his people were killed off and everything because of lack of resources. So he's trying to throw it into balance. Now, could he just snap his fingers and double the resources? That could have been a solution. However, it's exponential growth. So if you're multiplying a million times a million versus half a million times half a million, eh. But yeah, I mean, so you make sometimes the villain being sympathetic is epic. And like that's the case in something like a My Hero Academia, where you look back at Shigaraki, Tomoro Shigaraki is the ultimate villain in that show. Like, well, all for one and one for all are technically the ultimate villains, but the next generation is Shigaraki. And when they go into his backstory, it's a tragic backstory. His whole family, like, yeah, he was trained and corrupted by um, All for One, but if you look at his backstory, because when you first see the guy, he's got like a hand on his face, right? It's like a hand that's cut off at the wrist with like this plate on it, right where the wrist would be. On his face, he's got two on his shoulders, one on his chest, one here, one there, right? And you're like, what the hell's the deal with this freak? And then what it turns out is his power is that anything he touches will crumble into dust. Like it immediately decays and just destroys. Well, when they go back to his flashback, when he's a little kid, he had no powers, and when his powers turned on, he was holding on to his dog, and he was all upset. It killed the dog, and then his little sister came out of the house and tried to stop him because she's like, "What are you doing to the dog?" And he accidentally kills her too with the power. And then his mother, his grandparents, his father, and the hands are all that are left of his parents to keep him sane and balanced. Like it's twisted. But man, what a hell of a backstory. Like just imagine that having something switch on inside of you that you can't control and you kill everybody around you that you love. Like, man, that's a fucking development. That's a hard-hitting character. And then, making him a villain where he embraces that end of himself where he's a killer. It's impressive. You look at the main hero of My Hero Academia, Deku. What's his big arc? His big arc is he's a kid with zero powers that has the greatest superhero of all time pass his powers to him, and like it breaks his arms because his body can't handle the power. Stuff like this. But what does he want more than anything else? He wants to just make people smile. He wants everybody to be unafraid. and just happy in the world. He doesn't care about anything else. Like it's all about, because I can see someone smile. Like powerful messaging, good character development, and building these things out. The Japanese really got us over a barrel when it comes to like pop culture and shit. And that's why anime is succeeding, manga is succeeding, and then stuff like Marvel, Star Wars, and stuff like is dying. And honestly, there is so much great content for something like Marvel and Star Wars that we've already skipped over. I think really with them making Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom in the MCU, for example, I think that's a step that's either going to be in a terrible direction, but I think it's going to be in the right direction. I think they're going to use it to reset a lot of things and get younger actors into like, okay, here's our new Thor, here's our new Captain America. Because where they're leading with that is a whole arc where they decided they wanted to collapse their multiverse into one universe. DC did this before. I want to say it was like Crisis on Infinite Earths or whatever. But Marvel wants to consolidate all that, and I think really they want to do is start over again. But you will get a Miles Morales Spider-Man alongside of a Peter Parker Spider-Man. Like it's going to be very cool the way they do it if they do it right. But when you skip over, you've skipped over some fantastic arcs. Some of the stuff you put up on the screen was just dog shit. Like, what was that last Thor movie? Love and Thunder? I didn't see it. And the reason why is because Gore the God Killer, they turned into like he killed one god. And that was it. And it was like, yo, the story itself is a badass story arc in the comics. They deviate too much. Star Wars did the same thing, trying to do this whole like I want to call it a sequel reboot where it was basically pound for pound. If you look at The Force Awakens, it's pound for pound the original Star Wars that we saw when I was a kid. It's episode 4 over again. And you're like, yo, that's not how this should work. You should have gone into, the Thrawn saga. What was that? I know it's Dark Force Rising, The Last Command, Heir to the Empire. Yeah, like that. Timothy Zahn's novels, because they continued on the stories of Star Wars and they were fantastic. Like they're amazing. And every now and again, when those characters like Thrawn shows up on whatever show it is, everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's Thrawn!" So you already had a built-in fan base, and you threw it all away and just went, "No, we're going to do our own damn thing." But yeah, it's pop culture. It's unfortunate. Although I gotta say, catching up on everything that's anime now, it is very interesting. You've got some goofy shit, you got some outlandish shit. They seem to throw everything at a wall and see what sticks, and still are able to develop relationships and character development. Like I watched one, it was I reincarnated as a vending machine and spent my life wandering a dungeon. I'm like, how the hell are you going to make a vending machine interesting? And honestly, it was a really good show. Like, it was fun. It was just stupid fun to sit back and watch. You care about the characters. You actually, like, oh, they have very little generic character. Like, insert generic action hero. Okay, now do this to them. Like, they give them some kind of build up in one way or another. And I think we lost that in our pop culture. Um, Hopefully it comes back. I really hope it comes back. I hope it makes a comeback and everything goes good. As I think we all want to be entertained at this point. I think there's too much negativity out in this world, and you need an escape. Otherwise, you're going to go nuts. I will tell you this much, Frogzilla, it is your goddamn fault. There's a reason why I stopped playing WoW, and now I'm playing again. Eventually, I got to catch up to you, and then all that stuff because I can't dive, delve, or do dungeons or any of this. I'm not powerful enough. I definitely need other players with me. I can do dungeons. I I can do dungeons, but I'm doing that shit by myself, and it's brutal. Like brutal. Like you'll kill off a mob, and then all of a sudden they respawn. Like definitely your fault. In a way, I kind of feel like I should have gone like horde and then gone into a wizard class or something like this, where I'm just a damage dealer or a healer or a shaman or something, and then everybody would want me on a team. But as a hunter, it's like I can kind of solo, but can't really solo because it's built for teamwork and all this. Although I keep getting invited to guilds and I haven't jumped in one yet either, so I guess that's my bad. It's interesting. Lol, nope. Just gonna leave my ass out there, are you? I haven't even cracked into Call of Duty Zombies yet, and that just came out, Call of Duty 6. I gotta start jamming on that. But yeah, level 70 in like no time flat on that game. You weren't wrong. I mean, I should try WoW Classic because I think that's more my speed. Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, I'm just like grinding through like quest lines in all the different islands because that shit didn't exist when I played it the first time. Like I think I got my dragon and I'm flying now because it did Dragon Isles the other night. Like 3/4 of the way through that story. Um, I did whatever the underwater region was. I knocked that out, which is pretty much what's got me gonna paint this one tonight. I was like, oh, you know what? I got used to the visuals and all this kind of stuff. So I think I can paint her well. Um, that's the other thing I don't understand with nowadays with gaming, right? How do you guys have conversations? Like, back in the day, we used to use, it wasn't Discord, but we used to use something that was like Discord. Like at one point, we used ICQ, like the letters I, C, and Q, but ICQ, and that's how we used to talk. We'd talk through that. We'd talk through like AOL Messenger or whatever, like whatever little side thing we had. Oh, you guys use Discord? Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'll have to Bluetooth my headset in if I'm going to do that. Let me see. What are we going to make her look like? Had a picture picked out. But yeah, I mean, I gotta admit, I am having fun on WoW, just running stuff on my own and all that kind of bullshit. But I also know when it comes down to a dungeon and like actually getting in there, I what I haven't done is, and this is one of those things that I'm ashamed of myself for, I just kind of threw shit at the wall. So I just picked stuff. I was like, ah, that could be a cool combo. Oh, okay, I'll try this skill or that skill. I didn't go and look and see what the new meta is. Like, what's the new meta for a hunter? What's a new meta for a warlock, a warrior, or any of this stuff? You know, because you have a meta. And I'm not really interested in PvPing anymore. Like, to me, if I'm going to PvP, I'll PvP on a game like Conan or Atlas or Ark or something like this, where if you lose, they take all your shit. You could have worked on something for a year and a half of your life to get it, and then you die, and somebody just takes your loot right off you. It definitely makes it where you have more to lose, or you feel like you've lost something. It makes you get good at the game because if you're not losing anything, it's like, oh, I'm dead. I'll just go pick up my body. Oh, I got to pay like 100 gold to repair all my shit now. Oh, that sucks. But when somebody can loot all your shit, different story. So it looks like I'm going with blues, purples. Going to be an interesting one. But yeah, I guess I should kind of tell the story. Let's see, I got some cool looking purples here. Um, I guess I should tell the story of the damn lost kittens because this drove me nuts for a couple days there. So one of the mama cats had a litter of four kittens. Two of them passed away. Didn't make it. Those kittens are now probably about 3, 4 months old. So they're bigger. Then one of the other mama cats surprised us. She had a litter of three kittens, and those are little fur balls. They're size of like a baseball at this point. Like they're little fur balls. And all the kittens, all the cats were out back. They're all outdoor cats or what have you, and strays and stuff. But we still feed them every day and all this. About 3 days ago, my wife says, "It's real interesting. I didn't see the kittens this morning." So I went out and looked, and I'm checking everywhere. No kittens. The two big ones are gone. The three little ones are gone. Now, sometimes the mama cats will take the kittens and take them out into the woods. And when they take them out in the woods, just loading up colors, when they take them out into the woods, basically they'll take them out in my backyard because I've got like 20 acres, 30 acres back there that they just go back into. And they'll take them out in the woods somewhere. The mama cat will come back without the kittens and they'll leave them there and see if they can find their way home. I've had it where they've taken out like a litter of four kittens and two of the kittens never make it back and we never see them again. That's kind of, you get used to it after a while. But it's kind of survival of the fittest or whatever. But all five of these kittens, so I'm like, maybe she road tripped them. Like, that's what we call it. Took them out in the woods or what have you. Don't see them. Day two goes by. Don't see them. Day three goes by. Still don't see them. I'm like, what the hell? So now we start thinking about it. And we're like, well, I handle the kittens, so they're used to people. Maybe somebody saw them and then gripped them and, turned them into the local shelter. Like, this is not good. And then I'm watching the video. I'm like, yeah, no, they just like look like they went to sleep, and then the next day they're gone because I have video camera footage of my entire yard, and I'm going through it, and I'm just like, it's like trying to catch somebody stealing when I was a store manager at one point. We'd have to go watch the videotape if we were missing something. And I'm just looking for it, looking for it, looking for it. Can't find it. And all of a sudden, my wife's just like, yeah, look, the kitten. Guess who's out back? The kittens just showed up. And they're dirty. And then I rewound the tape real quick to right when she said it, went like maybe a minute and a half before. And here the mama cat took them across the street, must have taken it through the neighbor's yard to the woods and back of their yard. So took them on a pretty good journey and then brought them back home, like let them back home. Like, you guys failed. You never made it back home. So I got to lead you back home, and brought them back home. But all the kittens are safe. They're healthy. They're fine. I was shocked. Just, you look out back and gone for 4 days, 5 days. Usually that's a sign that a predator or something like that got a hold of them. But normally you'd have one missing, maybe two, but five doesn't make sense. I just think it's interesting that cats kind of live in their own damn world. They uh they have their own way of doing things where I had one time, it broke my heart. The one mama cat had them close to the house and it was her first litter, and it was a big litter. And we give the mama cats like wet food and stuff, boost their immune when they have a litter because they're passing all that stuff on to their children. And we want sometimes kittens are going to pass away, stuff like that. It happens when they're outdoor stray cats or feral cats. They die of diseases. Life expectancy is usually 3 to 5 years. But yeah, this mama cat decided to move her kittens from up against right off my back porch all the way back in my watershed. And we knew they were out there or whatever. The one day I go outside and it was heartbreaking. She walked up to me with one of the kittens in her mouth, like she was carrying it. It dropped it at my feet and started crying, like, "Rah," like crying. And I looked and the kitten had passed away. And it turned out she took out, well, she didn't take out, but all of her kittens had died. We still don't know what happened. Like if she just didn't treat them right, didn't feed them right, whatever. But I had to bury them. It was heartbreaking. But I did the right thing. I put them in the ground, marked their grave or what have you. But then her next litter, she better and then better with every litter. And I'd say out of a litter, it seems like for feral cats, I swear if there was no natural disease or any of this stuff, that we'd be overrun with cats. But because of natural disease, unfortunately, as sad as it is, kittens will pass away. Like you'll have a litter of 3 or 4, and maybe 2 of them will live, one of them will live. But I guess in a way that's nature's survival of the fittest mode. All right, let's see, what color am I going to go with baseline? I think I'm not going to go to such a dark blue. I think I'll go to this color. We'll go to a look at me blue. See if I got a teal. Maybe I can go with a green into it and give it like a layer out that looks cooler. But yeah, the saga of the lost kittens, it's been driving me nuts because I'm not OCD. That's Frogzilla's department, is to be the OCD one. But I don't like stuff that doesn't have an answer to it. I don't like it when it's like, okay, this is just a giant ass mystery and there's got to be some kind of solution here, and there's not. Like if there's no solution, that bothers the hell out of me. Making sure this brush is clean because it does not feel clean at all. Um, yeah. So there was that. The other thing I said I'd talk about on this stream is out of body experience. So I've had my own. I don't know if anybody out there in internet land has had one ever. You might have, you might not have. Let's see, where am I going blue? I think the fin's going to go into purples. She does have like this crossbar here. I think I'll do a seaweed wrap with that. She's got a sash on her. I think I'm going to go blue to the sash. We'll steal out the trident, go to a golden tip on it. That'll look cool. I don't know what I'm going to do in the fins. I guess I'll just let the model take me where it wants to go. And then face and everything else, I can go darker blue, well, lighter blue out to a dark blue. But yeah, not sure if anybody's had like an out of body experience ever. But when I was 17, it was a very good year. When I was about 17, I was chilling one night, and honestly, it's strange to say. Like it's just odd when you say it this way. But I was contemplating, what if there is nothing after you die? what happens if when you pass away, that's it? It's just the end. Well, then you'd feel nothing. So there would be nothing. So I started picturing nothing in my head. And I pictured nothing. I pictured nothing. I pictured nothing. Tried to relax myself, relax my entire body. And then I got it to a point where I legit tried to think nothing and feel nothing. Just blank. Go blank with it. And I managed it. Like I felt nothing and everything else. And then all of a sudden I felt very light and it felt like I was floating. Like it legit felt like I hovered out of the bed. And I was like, it scared the shit out of me. So, just reflex, I snapped back to it. And I tried repeating it over and over again and never could get it to repeat until I was like in my 20s. And I was thinking about it again. And I'm like, let me see if I can get back to that state. And by some miracle or just blind dumb luck, I was able to pull it off. I was able to pull myself out of it, so to speak. Like, felt nothing, everything else. But the second time I did it, I felt that floaty feeling. I felt like I'd raised off the bed. And then I was like, see, like kind of see where you are, open your eyes kind of deal. And I opened my eyes and I could see myself laying there in the bed. And I got scared and bam, woke up again like, holy shit. I don't know if I was dreaming and just forcing my brain into it, but those were my two experiences. The more compelling and interesting one is actually my aunt's experience. My aunt married to a high ranking person in the United States Air Force at the time. What's up, Beans? Yeah, pretty much like nothing from the never ending story. No, no, no. That's just it. I wasn't tripping balls or anything. Trust me, that's you see everything at that point. You can't think nothing when you're tripping. Your brain won't slow down for it. And at this point I had not experimented with hallucinogens either in my life. But the second time, or so my aunt's story, she she had food poisoning. They were over in the Middle East. Like my uncle, her, and the kids were stationed there, and she had this really bad food poisoning to a point where she was running a fever. She was really sick, everything else. And now, yes, we could kind of say maybe it was the fever or what have you, but she told her husband at the time, "Hey, my uncle, go get the doctor." So he had left. He wasn't as bad as her. He went and got the doctor because she was really, really bad. And she laid back on the bed. And like I said, this isn't my story, this is hers. And she said all of a sudden, out of nowhere, all the pain went away. She just felt nothing, like no pain, no nothing, not sick anymore, no agony, no oh my God. And then realized that she was floating over herself and could see her body below her. And she felt like she was going up, like just rising straight up. And as she's rising straight up, she starts thinking to herself basically really fast, no, 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 I can't be dead. I can't do this. I've got three young boys. I got to watch them grow into men. I got to help raise them into good young men. And like that kind of mindset went through her. And she said, as she's saying this to herself in her head, she started lowering back into her body. And then all of a sudden, all the pain came back. The doctor came in. The doctor did say that, yeah, it's very probable she passed away for a second there. But yeah, just an interesting one, you know. Like she said, before that, she was terrified of going anywhere when they were stationed over in the Middle East. She was afraid to go to the markets or anything else because, you know, she was afraid that she'd die, like somebody would kill her or what have you. She's after that, she was fearless. She had no fear of death after that, like just completely fearless because she knew that there was something after she died. Definitely interesting. Oh, no, no, no. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's an actual story, Beans. Like, if you want to argue that one out, you can argue out with my aunt because it wasn't me. Mine were just two little small ones where I can tell you firsthand how I felt, what I saw, and how I got there. But I can also tell you this, I can't repeat it. It's a lot like when I tell the ghost story. I don't understand why I saw what I saw or what I dealt with, what I dealt with. You can think it's bullshit. You can think it's reality. I don't really give a fuck, but it happened. And that's point blank the truth, you know. Like when I tell those stories, you're going to be like, yeah, that's bullshit or whatever. But people who know and who have been there, it's not like saying, hey, the Earth's flat, you know, where yeah, we can kind of prove that one. Hey, Sheree, how are you? No, it's not my beliefs though, Beans, and I don't want to argue either. It's not to be argued. I can tell you the story. I can tell you this is what I went through. This is what I saw. I can tell you this what my aunt told me, what she saw and what she went through. I can't tell you to believe it. Like that's bullshit. Like it's not like oh believe it or get the fuck out of here or some shit. It's legit. Just this what happened. This what I saw. Don't know how this happens or how that happens. But this is just the way it is. See, that's interesting, Devin. You think like the deacon's actual like words were touching your soul in some kind of way or touching some part of you? That's interesting because it's not like you were trying to put yourself into that state. I was actively trying to figure out why people like Mister, who doesn't believe there's anything when you die, and he's entitled to that belief, feel that way, or what it would be like to be dead in that sense where you don't feel anything. You know, you would think nothing, you would feel nothing, nothing would actually exist to you anymore. And in doing so, I put myself in this weird ass state. Yes, I trust me, mister. I understand. And like that's why I always say you're the most scientifically minded out of all of us, right? Because you can actually and I don't fault you for it. That's fine. That's your belief. You're entitled to it, you know? Um but I was trying to understand because at one point in my life, I had to ask my mother, you know, what religion are we? How do we believe? What do you, you know, like, are we Christians? Are we, you know, Muslim? What are we? You know? And she said, well, you have to decide your religion for yourself. And I must have been about 12 or 13. She took me and my sister to a library and we just sat the entire day reading different religious texts and studying different religions, like really going through them. And then I came to the conclusion that's why I don't you'll never hear me say like I can say I have Christian Judeo morals, but that's more because I'm American and I was raised that way, you know. And that's probably why I'm tolerant of everybody's belief in their god or their lack of one or whatever. I think you're more than reasonable. More than reasonable. You've done your research. You know what you feel at your heart and everything. Kinda Jedi morals. That's kind of a good way of putting it. You know, I don't know if I go as far as specifically Jedi because I think the Sith were right in a way too. But yeah, I just believe that be be a good person. You know, that's kind of where I'm at with it. The more that you throw out there that's good in the world, the more good is going to come to you, or by some stroke, the world will be kinder to you in a way. Like, I believe in luck. I think that you can get lucky, that there are, every action does have a consequence. There is actually karma, like some kind of cosmic karma, where you fuck around, you find out eventually. And the deacon prayed over me and the man who later became my husband. That's, wait, did my video just freeze? Oh, yeah, there it goes. Unlocked. Yeah, well, you want me to tell you the truth about luck? Here's what I've learned about luck: you make your own. The harder you work, the luckier you'll be. Like, it sounds like kind of stupid, like, oh, bullshit, right? But no, if you work hard and all that, yes, there's skill, but there's luck that will kick in sometimes. Because, I guess, what's that old saying? Fortune favors the bold, but everybody makes their own luck. Yeah, there you go, JU. That's a good, I like that saying. That's actually a pretty cool saying too. Um, yeah, I mean, some people luck favors, some people it doesn't. Sometimes there is, but in order to get luckier, the more skillful you are, the better luck you seem to have. Because it's not just, it's like, it's a cherry on top of a sundae. So it's a bonus. Like, oh, I got a sundae, even if I don't have luck, if I have skill. But then if you're getting the luck on top of that, definitely seems to help. Yeah, shout out to him again. I was watching Black Anomaly Rises before I came on here. I was watching everybody who came out for Trump today in New York. I'll tell you what, I don't see Trump losing the election. I could be completely ass backwards and wrong. Just something about this, the energy behind it. Maybe it's just the vibes, but man, everybody feels happy. Like, I don't know. He's got like some kind of good juju behind him. Um, yeah, well, there you go. Mojo works too. Yeah, you can say mojo, mister. That'll work too. Mojo, luck, fortune, whatever you want to say. It's all pretty much the same. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The Madison Square Garden, like he wasn't even he was a decent part of the show. Although I will tell you guys this, and this is one of those things you guys are going to have to let me know. What do you guys know about Hulk Hogan as a person? Who he is and everything else? Outside outside of him being a wrestler. Like everybody knows he was, WWF World Champion, Slam Andre the Giant, all this. What do you guys actually know about Hulk Hogan outside of that stuff? Does anybody else know some of the shit he's done? Never watched wrestling. Terry Bolleo, yes, that's his real name. Thunder Lips, baby. Yeah, that was Rocky 3. He was actually in the AWA when he filmed that because Vince McMahon Sr. had fired him. But yeah, here's something you might not know. Hulk Hogan was embroiled in a whole bad thing. Not long ago, he had to sue it was called Gawker, and it was kind of like National Enquirer type stuff. I think it was just online. I don't think it was actually an entity, but it was like a news kind of in that vein, National Enquirer, kind of one of those like conspiracy rag magazines. And what the actual lawsuit was over, he won the lawsuit too. But what came up in the lawsuit was this: Gawker ran a story about how Hulk Hogan is racist. They played audio from him saying, this N word, the guy's an N word. And what he was talking about was this black record producer that his daughter had started dating. The person that was recording it was his best friend, a guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. And Bubba the Love Sponge ran a professional wrestling show. Like, I want to say it's like a podcast, but it was kind of more like a Howard Stern type show. And so Hulk Hogan was sleeping with Bubba the Love Sponge turns out to be a cuck, and Hulk Hogan was sleeping with his wife, and he was recording the conversations between them and the adult activities between them too. And then he said that about his daughter Brooke, and the record producer, Bubba the Love Sponge, released it to Gawker, made money off of it, and then Gawker ran it. And he was able to sue Gawker into basically oblivion. But the whole crux of this is he was being like flat out racist. And they caught him on tape being a racist. Now that dude's at a Trump rally. Like, might have wanted to go with Dwayne The Rock Johnson instead of Hulk Hogan on this one, guys. Okay, yes, but not in the Okay, look, dropping the N word is one thing. I ran a store on the edge of the ghetto, right? Like legit the ghetto. And people expected me to say that word. Like not even batting an eyelash. And I'm a white boy. Right? But this was different because the context in which he was using said word was unfucking believable. Like, I mean, he was saying it with hate, vitriol, like he was saying it in an actual racist way. Yeah, it was a big deal though. Yeah, The Rock is well, okay, Stone Cold. Well, no, Stone Cold beat up his wife, so I guess he would be a bad one to use. I don't. Is there any good guys that were actually wrestlers too? Because if so, I'm having trouble thinking of one. I don't care what color you are, but yeah, like the way Hulk Hogan. But the whole point is, did nobody ever check like what the hell, what this man actually had come out of his cake hole? Because I don't understand it. I'm not understanding like like you said some really fucked up shit. Like some unnecessarily fucked up shit too. No, he didn't hurt his daughter in some way. She was just sleeping. Like, if you ever look at it, it's one of those things I recommend because I don't want my my channel taken down. So I can't go full on into it, but you can actually find the audio of it and listen to the audio and it's not good. It's a hell of a lot of no good. Like really janked up. Okay, so there's that part of it, right? JU. And that's not the only reason why I dislike him. I also dislike him because he lies constantly. And if nobody knows wrestling history or wrestling, like what happened behind the scenes, because everybody always has their own agenda when it comes to doing interviews, right? But Hulk Hogan lies about shit that's ridiculous. So when I say that, I mean, if I were to sit here and tell you, Metallica was almost the replacement bassist for Hulk Hogan was the replacement, almost the replacement bassist for Metallica when died in the bus accident. Cliff, what's his last name? Yeah, it rattled me because of the way he goes off. Like I'm telling you, but it's also all the different lies that he's told over time. He's told so many whoppers. And I mean, it's one thing if you're just being a wrestling personality, but he'll tell stuff after the fact. And like, um, it's like, but everybody's like, fact checks him all the time. Like, I mean, he's told something like 123 lies. Like, he was on Joe Rogan talking about it. Like, one of his favorite lies is talking about Andre the Giant and how Andre, he didn't know if he was winning or losing until Andre slammed him. That's a whole bunch of bullshit. That's like old school. That's what's known as a work. And he was 110% just doing a work. Yeah, but that's just it. Okay. Hulk Hogan and Terry Bolleo. Terry Bolleo is a way more fucked up person than Hulk Hogan. And when they're putting him up on that stage, okay, are you going for the dun 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 dun, dun? Are you going for all that? And you just want to go with the WWF feel? Well, then what the hell? I'll be honest with you. Outside of Linda McMahon, and even right now, she's embroiled in a lawsuit because of the Ring Boy scandal. Do you guys know about the Ring Boy scandal? They're actually suing her and Vince McMahon right now. Hollywood Hogan was much better. I definitely liked Hollywood Hogan. But yeah, so the Ring Boy scandal, if you don't know about it, back in the day, there were two producers and a guy named Pat Patterson. And apparently, Pat Patterson wasn't guilty, which is why WWF at the time hired him back. But they had kids. And when I say kids, I mean like 16, 17-year olds. Ring boys, they would call them, that would come set up the rings when they'd go into a town. And these producers were doing things to them. So forcing them to keep their jobs in an inappropriate way, we'll say. But yeah, yeah. Like they just did a documentary on Vince McMahon, and some of the stuff in there is true, some of it's not. But yeah, they touch on the Ring Boy scandal a little bit in there. And now everybody that has known Pat Patterson said him being involved with it was not true, but the other two guys, different story. It was basically like sex trafficking, is the best way of putting it. Like there's a whole lot of wrestling that, to be honest with you, the behind the scenes shit sometimes is way more interesting than the stuff going on in the ring. All right, I've got bass lines down. Seaweed belt. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like, trust me. If you guys remember, we're all in the Discord, and I'm like, oh, if he brings out Hulk Hogan next, I was like, what's going to happen? They're going to bring out Hulk Hogan, and then all of a sudden, Hulk Hogan came out. I was like, what the hell? Oh, I think it'll still matter to a few. Yeah, but one of the big ones was Tulsi coming out. RFK Jr., Don Jr. actually tore the house down the night. I just, there's so much energy, and I'm looking at the party itself. Like, I'm looking at who is in support right now of one side and who's in support of the other, right? And the people that are in support of it are like the people that we all look at and go, I don't agree with that politician 100%, but yeah, I do like this part of them, or I do like that part of them. That's fucking awesome that he got all these people to coalesce around him. Tucker was great. Tucker was definitely good. Um, that's just it. Like, all of them were on top of their game, but there was something, and maybe it was just the crowd in Madison Square Garden. You just get that feeling from being in the garden, in the arena. But there was definitely something to it tonight, and I don't know what it was, but it definitely. If he loses, I don't know how. I feel like he almost can't lose at this point. I mean, especially watching shit like her getting booed, like her getting booed at rallies, like two of them back to back. The whole shit she pulled with Beyonce, where Beyonce just came out and talked, and everybody was expecting a concert, that didn't win her any fans either, guaranteed. I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all. If Trump takes New York out in this election, it changes everything. And it may be their immigration crisis. I'll tell you what would have been awesome tonight at that rally if Mayor Adams came out and endorsed Trump. How cool would that have been? I don't like the guy, but just the same, it would have been like, oh shit. Like, we got a deep blue Democrat to switch. Like, it would have been a unifying feeling, a very, very unifying feeling, I think. Yeah, you're not wrong. Just like the Muppets, Trump should take Manhattan, mister. Um, if he takes Manhattan, it's over. Like, he's got no chance of winning out in like California. Colorado, he's got a shot at. Not really, but I think he'll do better than expected because he's actually addressing, like their specific issue. Now, I had never heard of that Venezuelan gang. Like, I've heard of MS-13, but I had never heard of the other Venezuelan gang he mentioned tonight, other than the whole shit out in Aurora. But he said they're in New York too, which means they're probably down here in South Kakalaki as well. Because I know one time my wife and I were in Walmart shopping or whatever, and I told her, I was like, "You don't pay attention, do you?" She's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, that guy, that tat on his neck, that's MS-13 right there." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, that's an MS-13 tattoo." So I know MS-13's down here. They just don't fuck around because they'll find out. Yeah, yeah, I agree, JU. California is definitely staying blue. That I think back in the day, wasn't that the only one that Reagan didn't win? I know he won like 49 states against, I think it was Mondale. And I think California was the only one that stayed blue. And it was a red state at one point. Not like they haven't had Republican governors or red governors in there. Like I know Schwarzenegger ran Republican and won. Oh yeah, I forgot. Jay is fine. Sorry about that, Jay. It's force of habit, turning the head, looking real quick, and then looking at the name, who's talking, and all that, and just saying it. Sorry, didn't mean to insult. It's the same way Bina requested that I call her Mrs. Cavill from now on. I don't know why, but just one of those things. Yeah, but yeah, that rally, like that's just it. The Elon interview, and then even if Kamala went on there right now, like she went on today, it's too late. She had to beat Trump to that punch. She had to go on there before him. Now it just looks like she's following suit if she goes on, which makes her look even weaker because Trump's leading, she's following. Tax on tips, stuff like this. You've got to come up with your policy or your idea before the other person. Otherwise, it just looks like, oh yeah, I'm just. I agree with that. Elon's a strange fucker. I'm not gonna lie. Think he's a brilliant, brilliant man, but yeah, he's definitely eclectic. Like he's definitely a weird dude, and that's okay. I'm all right with it. I'm a weird dude myself, but he's like socially awkward. However, most brilliant minds are socially awkward. I've come to find. Yeah, well, you know what, Sheree? I think you just nailed it. So the whole thing is, it is. It. He even said it. I think he said it on Rogan that Barron's the one who's been lining up. I can't remember who said it, but I did hear that it's Barron Trump who's been lining up. Like you got to go on this podcast. You got to go on that podcast. Yeah, like Patrick Bet David. I know was one that they went on, and it was legit Barron Trump saying to Trump, like Donald Trump, like you need to go on here. Like these guys are hitting big. So I think you're right. Barron Trump may be one of his best advisors. Like Jared Kushner and Ivanka when they were doing the part of all the politics, and they've taken kind of a back seat. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really trust Jared Kushner all that much because his father is in jail for embezzlement. And like, I guess that might just be with me a case of sins of the father fall to the son, but eccentric. Yeah. Well, when you have money, you're eccentric. When you're poor, you're just a weird fucker. That's how that works. And like I said, I don't care if he's eclectic, weird, whatever you want to call Elon. He's one of the smartest and greatest minds on the planet right now, if not the. He's put his money where his mouth is. Said free speech is the most important thing in the world. Spent $44 billion of his own money to acquire it. Well, think it was like $15 billion and then borrowed the rest from friends, but just the same. Good night, Jay. Thank you for dropping in, man. Really do appreciate it. Try not to work too damn hard, you know? I hope somebody does calm down the damn, cools off the entire thing after this one. Like, I hope everything, doesn't quote unquote go back to normal, but I hope something happens with politics going forward where it's so boring we don't care about it anymore. I really do think one of the good things about the pandemic was everybody started watching politics, got involved in it and everything. Unfortunately, everybody got involved in politics and started watching everything. Like, it's a double-edged sword. I really want to get away from. I really want to just get back to everybody just enjoying their lives, people going out and having fun and not worrying so much that the world's going to fall apart around you. Just breathe, because, granted, I guess all you guys won't watch my show anymore because you won't need a palate cleanser. But, I would prefer that to everybody being so on edge and so worried about it. I mean, we're what? What are we, 9 days out? 8 days out at this point? And like the tension from different people is just, it's palatable. You can tell people are actually kind of afraid at this point. And that's something that's something I don't want. 9 days, yeah. Yeah, you're right, Beans. 9 days. I'm tired of everybody being afraid. I don't like it at all. Or nervous or worried that, the world's going to go to hell if X doesn't win. Like, if Trump doesn't win, it's all going to be, they're just going to run roughshod and destroy everything. And if Kamala doesn't win, it's going to be the same. Like, get away from that shit. Let's get back to everybody just going, okay, I just got to live life and enjoy it. But I do think we are on the tip of a revolution in America, one way or the other. I don't think it can go back to business as usual completely. Something else for you. I think Beans had asked this. The meetup. ABL wants to do a meetup. How many people actually want to go to it? Yeah, don't worry. What? Because here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Beans, and this is why I say we're on the tip of it. We're on the tip of a revolution. Don't worry, right? What can you do to affect it? You can vote, but what can you do if it doesn't go your way? What's your next step? What's the step after that? Yeah, see, Sheree, that's where I'm at too. Is I think ABL said somewhere when he said Atlanta, I'm like, I'm not going to Atlanta. It's a shithole. I'm sorry. It just Atlanta itself, the city is a shithole. But if he's talking about somewhere outside of Atlanta, I might be tempted to go. No, I'm not saying that you are afraid, Beans. I'm just saying like 2 steps ahead. Always be 2 steps ahead. See, Vegas, he threw Vegas out there. He might do a West Coast one and an East Coast one. That's what he was saying on stream last night. And for me, he said Atlanta is probably going to be one of them. He said it right before I jumped out over to creature features. Okay. So if your candidate loses, then what? Does it end the world? It doesn't. It's not going to make a bit of difference. Half the stuff Trump wants to do outside of ending war in Ukraine and Russia, which he can probably accomplish very fast, I'll be honest with you. Outside of that, most of the other stuff is going to take most of his term to actually accomplish. You can say I'll turn it around fast, but fast in politics is usually about a year or two. So it'll take a little while. Even if he's working by executive action, not by branches of government. Yep, you're not wrong, mister. Big wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Don't know where I'll be tomorrow. But wherever it is, hopefully we're all there with open arms. I mean, we'll make our escape tonight. I mean, after all, any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Yep. You just got to continue on faithfully. I mean, we can always go sail away. Of course, it's your jam, Bina. Why wouldn't that be your jam? That's anybody that grew up in a certain era, that era. That's usually their jam. It's all good as long as we all don't stop believing. We'll be fine. Got to hold on to that feeling. Something about wine and sweet perfume. Well, only the young can say, mister. Only the young. They're free to fly away. I heard it from another who said you were messing around, mister. But you just got to hold the line because love isn't always on time, you know. Wait, you had your own version of MTV in Bosnia? Was it called BTV? I want my MTV back. Only if they stay or if they go. Should I stay or should I go? Beans, nobody knows where you grew up. You're a mystery. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma that's hidden inside of a package that's a secret. Well, even if they do, mister, then one night in Bangkok makes a hard man humble. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. So I rarely look at it, but YouTube Studio, they talk about your videos or whatever on there, and I guess that's where the copyright strikes come in. Now, we're not making fun of you, Beans. I'll let you know when we start making fun of you. Remember, I told you last night, no short jokes for 3 weeks from me. Or 2 weeks. Yeah, we can make it three. Um, shit, I forgot where I was going. I looked over, I saw Bean's chat. Just screwed me all the fuck up. I don't know. All I know is none of us can fear the Reaper. Because after all, there goes Tokyo, go go Godzilla. Hey, hey, hey. Bina blinded me with science. She blinded me with science. Who the hell did that song? I mean, what the hell was the name of that group? Thomas Dolby. I mean, there's definitely songs that came out in the 80s that you'll never hear anything quite like them again. Like like Putting on the Ritz by Falco. Try and get that a hit made on the radio nowadays. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Yeah, Thomas Dolby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Does she walk? Does she talk? Does she come complete? My homeroom angel. Definitely a product of its time. Yeah, like that's my question too. Like, so when 99 Left Balloons came out, did you have the actual version? Like, I mean, granted, over here I think it was 99 Red Balloons, right? But over there it was like 99 Left Balloons. 99 say Left Balloons. Oh, okay. Putting on the Ritz was Taco. What did I say? Falco? What the hell song did Falco do? There's a question. Amadeus. Yeah, there you go. Good call out, Beans. Amadeus, Amadeus. Rock me, Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Or as the Simpsons put it, Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius. Rest in peace, Phil Hartman, who played Troy McClure. Der Commissar. Yeah. Dude, Turning Japanese is actually an awesome fucking song, too. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Yeah. Don't turn around. Oh, Der Commissar's in town. John Hosel. Hosel. Yeah, One Night in Bangkok, I think, was what? Chess? I think that's the name of the group. I think that's who did One Night in Bangkok. One night in Bangkok makes a hard man humble. Damn, I can't. Why is this not picking up the pigment? Okay, That makes sense. Then who actually did the song? Then you had, funny enough, the only reason why anybody ever really remembers the song, well, I mean, granted, it was a banger of a song when it came out, but it's because Michael Jackson did the backup vocals on it, and that was Somebody Watching Me by Rockwell. I remember when that came out too. That was pretty cool. That was a good one. That was a banger back in the day. Wasn't there one? I think it was. I want to say it's Martika, but the song was called "Toy Soldiers." Yeah, Martika. Yeah. Okay, Murray Head. Okay, cool. And I'm glad you announced that you didn't just like pull that out of your ass. Like you actually had to look it up because I would have had to look it up too. Yes. Yes, the movie with Sean Astin. Didn't they have another one that was, or was that the same movie? It had Patrick Stewart in it. They had one that was like Toy Soldiers that had Patrick Stewart in it. I want to say it was Toy Soldiers, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I was always mad on that movie. I'll be honest with you. One of my favorites. I didn't dislike it, but it was one of those. Oh, okay, another movie. It was just like, and I don't know, maybe because I had shit like Red Dawn. When I remember when Red Dawn came out with the most ridiculous, over the top idea of Russia invades the cornfields in Nebraska of the U.S. or some shit. I can't even remember what the plot line of that movie was. Wolverines. I know they tried to remake it and it failed. It's the same way they always do that shit though. They put one movie out and then like another one that's in the same kind of vein. So like even back in the day they did that shit. So they did Lords of Flatbush and they also did another movie that was called The Wanderers. I don't know if you guys ever saw The Wanderers. I used to like that movie. I mean, I think everybody like, and it's overplayed at this point, but everybody's always like, "Oh God, one of the best gang movies like that is the Warriors." But and I'll be honest with you, I didn't really get into the Warriors till I was a little older, and then it became very cool, and then they made a video game out of it, and then I kind of lost interest again. But yeah, they don't write them like that anymore. They just don't write them like that anymore. Which book did you read, Beans? I mean, I'm sure you read a lot of books, but which book are you talking about? The Wanderers? Warriors? That's WA, not WO, Beans. The Wanderers was a film about like a gang of kids back in, I want to say the 60s. Might have been the 70s. And like the one kid's mom's an alcoholic, and the other kid, his dad beats the hell out of him all the time. Oh, okay. You just making sure, just clarifying there because I saw the O and I'm like, are we talking about the same damn thing? Yeah, dude. Like I said, some of that cinema is classic. Well, we got to get you a bigger phone then. Mister. That cat's butt is getting large. She hopped out of that chair and that chair just like said thank you. I don't know, is colors actually coming through? Yeah, they are. Actually, to tell you the truth, I gotta fuck with the camera. Now I'm looking at it. Like, yeah, the colors are kind of muted, but they're not that muted. He wrote books. I didn't know. Oh, close that one. Screwed up the whole damn stream. Hope this fixes that issue. Let's see. Color on the tail. It fades out a little bit. Man, I hate this damn camera. I need like an intermediate purple, but I wanted to do something sassy with it. And I think I have just the thing. Use another new color. The only problem is it's separated. I'm on air. Get in there. I hate it when the paint separates. One of my biggest pet peeves. Nude. Yeah, that definitely screwed me up one time when I was restocking. I was restocking pantyhose or what have you at Walgreens. Like they come in little things, and the color was nude. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what is this? What is this nude color you're talking about? Shouldn't it just be invisible at that point? Definitely get her. Since whoever modeled this didn't give her scales. Probably could have found a different model with scales, but this will work. Pearl white. Yeah, I actually have that color, believe it or not, Beans. Yeah, I'm not sure, Beans. I didn't really read that type of book when I was younger. It was mainly Stephen King or Isaac Asimov, whole Foundation series, everything like that. It's been a long ass time. Douglas Adams. Um, I really, what's funny? H.G. Wells is probably my favorite of all time at this point. And I didn't really read him till I had gotten older. And it still blows my mind how much stuff he was able to decipher would be in the future. The Hardley Boys. Are you talking about Matt and Nick Jackson? Probably don't even know what I'm talking about there, do you, mister? Yeah, well, I mean, as long as you go downtown and look for that tush, you'll be all right. That's how you taught yourself English, books, music. You know what? I started teaching myself Japanese because I downloaded an app to my phone, but really watching fucking anime. Like every now and again, there's a word that sticks out, and I'm like, I know that word. I definitely know that word. Yeah, I mean, cheap sunglasses are nice and everything, but you'll never know about anything unless you talk about Texas and whiskey. Yeah, yeah. I mean, shit. It's 12 o'clock. It's tuned up for rain. I know you hate me, but I'll ask anyway. Yeah, only the water out of the tap, Six. How are you, Six? Glad to see you. Water, water everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Water, water everywhere. And all the boards did shrink. You know what's funny? My one buddy Sammy had suggested this to me because I had to take a test on Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner in high school. And Sammy was like, "Yeah, I passed my test doing this. I just listened to the Iron Maiden song about 20 times in a row." And anybody who knows, it's like a 15-minute song. And I listened to it over and over again and started memorizing the lyrics. And then when I took the test, I actually fucking aced it. Oh, I know what I was going to say about the damn copyright strike. So I go and I look at my videos, and all of them are coming up fine, 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 nothing wrong. And all of a sudden, four of them came up with copyright strikes. And I was like, are these actual copyright strikes? No strike. They didn't enforce it on me, but let me know that I had copyrighted material in it. I'm like, what? Like, what the hell? What do I have on here that's copyrighted? So I'm thinking it's models or whatever. I went and looked. It's anytime got up to take a piss break and put on the Jerky Boys. So yeah, unfortunately, fortunately the Jerky Boys didn't like enforce the copyright strike on me, but YouTube definitely let me know that I was in copyright violation with them. That's what I get for promoting your asses. Oh, the hell there isn't. As long as I'm not live streaming me in the bathroom, there is. No more ding ding till you put on your wedding ring. It's fucking great. That's pretty cool. All right, that's not bad. Oh my god. Water is the essence of wetness. No, but remember back in the day, Married with Children, they have this one episode where the Bundys all go out to eat because Al got his tax return check, but then he left the money at home. So I think he sends I can't remember, it was Kelly. I can't remember who he said. It was one of the kids. He sends them home to go get the check, and they end up cashing it and going out on like basically a spending spree. And he's in the restaurant with Peg, and they're sitting at the table, and then it's just like the waitress comes over and goes, "You guys want more water?" And he's like, "Yeah, more water, please. It's nature's fruit juice." Well, wait, is it the H or the two O that gives water its wetness, or is it just a combination of all? Here's a question for you guys. Did anybody see the trailer for a movie coming up called Werewolves? Yep. Thank you, Six. I was just about to say that, but I wasn't going to say nothing. I was just going to let it ride. Trying to give her that freedom of speech, but damn it. I couldn't get through Zoolander. I mean, it's got an interesting premise. We'll see if it does anything, mister. The premise behind it is like, I guess 2 years or 3 years before, there was some kind of blood moon or something like this, and a million people turned into werewolves like instantaneously, and then just turned back to human when the moon went away, and they were like that, fine, like it had never happened. Now there's another blood moon rising, so they want to study it and know how it works and everything else. You may not watch that movie for 40 silver bullets, but here's a question for you. Did you ever watch? I think the movie is called Silver Bullet. The book was called Hour of the Wolf, I want to say. It was actually a Stephen King story. I want to say the name of the story is Hour of the Wolf, but it had Corey Haim in it, Gary Busey, where it's like Corey Haim's, it's him and his sister, and they live in this small town, and he's like wheelchair bound. I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie. Let me see. What the hell? Is that fuchsia? That's that fuchsia. That is not what I want. Shimmer rose. I think this is the color I wanted. Yeah, I used to love the Lost Boys. Lost Boys was a fantastic movie, and then they tried to do all those spin-offs from it, and it was just crap. They tried to do all those sequels that just nah, didn't work. Cycle of the Wolf. There you go. That's what it was called. That movie used to terrify me when I was a kid. I loved it though. Loved the whole idea of it. Yes, yes, people under the stairs. That is another like classic. I'll never forget when that first came out. Um, I was like, "Oh, that's going to be really creepy," these freaks under the stairs or whatever. And then actually seeing the movie, it was like, "Oh, that's what it is." Like that was one of those movies that I had a whole preconceived notion of what it was going to be, and it was flipped it on its head. It was actually a good movie. Yeah, that was well. What I liked about it was the main character. The whole name after the tarot cards, and his name was Fool. I always thought that was kind of interesting. Yeah, we know, Beans. It sucks. Like I said, you'll miss the Thursday. I'll finally be able to tell the fucking goat, like, long time coming, but I'll actually go into the ghost story. All three of them. All three of the different ghosts. And then you'll really think I'm nuts if you didn't already. Uh-uh. No. After a while, you get used to smoking where you don't let it get in your eye. I mean, I think you saw when I think I had posted that one video where I was punching the bricks, like punching the brick wall or what have you. I think I put that in Discord at one point. If you noticed, I had the cigarette in my mouth and it never moved or dropped ash or anything else. After a while, you develop that skill. It's also why I'll probably die of lung cancer. But, nobody's perfect. Bina's leaving on a jet plane. We all know when she'll be back again. Oh, Beans, what the hell was your deal with like, I'm not singling you out here, with that one dude that I, like, kind of laid into yesterday? Because you got, like, real offended by something he said. And then, like, he said something else. I was like, oh, you're joking around. I don't know what he was talking about, but you started to go off. Well, keeping the smoke in your mouth is one thing. Honestly, I've been thinking about getting a regular ass, like almost a Gandalf looking pipe. Seeing if I like smoking pipe weed. And not the funny kind that you can only buy in certain states. Yeah, actually I did. Unless that was a different guy. His name was Mark something. He was talking smack about Bob. I must have missed that. There was some guy, his name was like Mark Aho or something like that. And he was being like Trolly McTrollerson. I laid into him, but I didn't see him say anything about Bosnians. Yeah, yeah, I did, Beans. You can go back and go through the stream. You'll see right where I said Aho, is that short for asshole? Like, is that because he has the fire down below, mister? Oh, not that guy. All right, so it was a different dude? Because I saw you go off. I thought you were talking about the same guy. So no, if there was another one, then that's not who I went off on. Because he was like, Trump sucks, and I was like, not as well as your mother did. Tell her I left the other $5 under her pillow. I must have missed it. Yeah, I can tell you it was definitely trolly last night. Universal Studios, Cocoa Beach. You'll have fun at Disney. I'll never go there again, but I went there when I was shit. Last time I was there, I was 18. I'm like 3 hours from it or something. I can drive there anytime I want and haven't gone to Disney. Or I kind of refuse to go. Yeah, Mister wasn't on that stream at all last night. What the hell? Let me see something. Go with that color instead. Yeah, Universal. Well, I think I can't remember which one it was. Me and my buddy Jake, we took a random drive to Disney from New Jersey one time when I was like 19. He was like 18. Just decided to go to Disney. His parents lent us their car. Said, "Yeah, go enjoy yourselves, guys." Actually, pretty cool. That's a long ass time ago. Oh shit! Yeah, I don't blame you, Mister. Yeah, I can understand that. People are going to start going nuts with it. Like I said, you got 9 days left and another week before they tally up votes, and then hopefully that shit's over. It's over for another however many years. It'll just be the standard, usual bullshit. Harry Potter, everything. I like Harry Potter, but yeah, kind of over it. Kind of over it. Beat that shit to death. Yeah, I can't blame you there either. You do spend a lot of time on streams. I mean, reality is most streams I watch, I'm doing something else at the same time, putting them on in the background. Gives me something to listen to while I'm grinding. Knocking out like 100 levels of battle pass is always, it's nice to have something running in the background that's distracting, or you can catch up, or, just catching it and listening to it. You don't necessarily have to watch everything. You can sometimes just listen. Get her this overlay. Oh, shit. Yeah, Universal. I'm sure. Like I said, I have not been there in a long time. Very, very long time. So I'm sure they've added all kinds of cool stuff. I'm not going to lie. I almost talked, me and my wife almost went um, whenever the last Pirates movie came out. Last Pirates, not Stranger Tides or whatever the one was after that, but the very last one of the first trilogy. And the only reason why was because it was the only way you could get this one pop vinyl that was actually the skull and crossbones from Pirates of the Caribbean. They sold it in park. Beans, if you like shooting aliens, you can always join the Border Patrol. Hey yo! You are correct, sir. Well, then, Beans, don't stand so close to me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Mister's told me that he'll be wrapped around your little finger, but every breath you take, every move you make, he'll be watching you. You are correct, sir. Hey yo! Weird as it is, those are still the best of the old late night shows. Johnny Carson and Letterman. They haven't replaced those. What's funny is Every Breath You Take, the follow up song is that other one, Set You Free or whatever. Both of them weren't by the Police, but apparently Sting had come out and said that. All right, I got to take a leak. I will be right back. I can't put on any background shit because I don't want a copyright strike. I'll be right back. Craig Kilborn. Yeah, Arsenio Hall was fun when that was on. I remember when SNL used to be just hysterical all the time. One of the things, I forgot to mention this earlier, one of the things I've been listening to in the background a lot lately is old episodes of Art Bell. I don't know if you guys ever listened to him at all. Yeah, Craig Kilborn did. I remember that. He had the 5 questions, and it was a scene from a movie called Ricky O. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Ricky O. That movie is ridiculously funny. Was he Talk Soup? I thought that was somebody else. James Corden, I could not stand. Like he just pissed me off for some reason. I couldn't figure out what it was. Joel McHale, that's his name. That's who hosted Talk Soup. Yeah, Talk Soup was fun. Um, when like Jon Stewart, every now and again he's funny with the Daily Show, but now he's nowhere near as good as he was when he had like even Stephen Colbert was funny on that show. Yeah, Stephen Colbert was actually funny on Daily Show. Yogurt's good for gut health. Not shine. I am good. Using the water and diluting the paint. So it's mixing in with the acrylic that's already there and with the shimmer. And I can get it like a very, very light coat on there. Otherwise, it's just overpowering. It's wiping out all the under. Like moldy cheese, is that what you mean by anything with bacteria? Perhaps a used petri dish? Would that be good for gut health too? Yeah, she's coming along. Oh fuck. Gotta hate it when you do shit like that, huh? Oh, that's not a happy little accident. That's just a complete fucking accident. Oh, well, what do you know? I'm using paper towels anyway. See? God smote me for that whole joke about used petri dishes. Hey, Hey, I'm alive, taking each day, night at a time. Heal her up, si, senor. So no beans for a while. Mister will be missing from normal live casts. Six lurks in the background. Sheree will be here to get her palate cleanser. Gonna end up being quiet for a minute. I know. You're all good, Six. Mister's usually floating too. He'll hit like 4 different podcasts and shit. Avada Kedavra. Is it fucked up that most of the spells I know from Harry Potter are like the killing curses? Like Crucio, Avada Kedavra. Alright. So I'm definitely going into a green now for the seaweed bandages. That's right, Beans. You weren't here when I first started the stream, were you? I said right off the initial rip at the beginning of the stream, I was like, and I took Bean's advice and I put down a darker background to see if it helps with the lighting. Anytime you've made a suggestion, I've tried it, and if it worked, I used it, and if it didn't, I didn't use it. But I always say thank you, and yeah, I always give a shout out to who suggested it. It's the same way I was watching when I first started the stream. I had explained that oh god, what the hell's dude's name? Black Anomaly Rising. I was actually watching his stream before, like right before I started streaming, of the whole New York City rally and all that stuff, and thanked him before I hopped on here, and said, like Black Anomaly Rising, you know, said in his chat, I was like, thank you for a great stream. I got to get to my own stream. I'll catch you later or whatever. And he was like, he's like, thank you, man. Thank you for stopping it and all that. Like, he actually interacts with his viewers. He's pretty cool. I always listen to you. I just like giving you shit. When will you figure that out? There'll come a point in time where maybe you'll anger me for some reason. I don't know. I doubt it. But if if there ever is, you'll understand what I mean when I just stop joking with you. Like, it's only the people that I actually like that I mess with. You already have what? No, but technically, you could say me spilling water all over the workspace. That was a palate cleanser. They definitely defined the one side better than they did with this crossover, like bandaging across the boobs. Yeah, that was my dad joke. My dad joke of the night right there. Well, I hope you see us in the future. If you saw us in the past, well, means we're all time travelers. All time travelers. Thanks, Beans. I know that 5 a.m. comes hard and early. Don't feel bad though, because Siren Head, besides having to read his legend to figure out what he's all about, he'll be a fast ass paint. He looks like he's just pretty much one color that's gonna get dry brushed. Doesn't look like anything really that intensive. Dog's itching. Must be time for his flea medicine coming in soon. Yeah, see, like that green looks weird on there. And it is coming through moss tone, which is good, which is what I wanted as the undercoat. I gotta hit the overcoat on it, but still looks awkward. And off Mr. goes to bed. Probably gonna go with a little brown. Let's see. Step up. There's my step up. Yeah, Sundays are usually I try to make them an early stream. If Siren Head didn't look so easy to paint, then I probably would only do the Merfolk. Although I might just do the Merfolk and call it a day. Damn it. Hate it when the tube's not loaded. You got a doctor's appointment? Well, good luck at it. Hopefully you pass that test. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. I saw a trailer for it, and it's funny because I watched the series. Because I think I've said this before. I watch basically like it's a streaming service that you don't pay for, but it shows you all the stuff over in Europe that's going on, like all their movies and stuff like this. So you get them in America kind of early that way. Like I can watch, but apparently Amazon Prime picked up this series. It's called Nautilus, and it's literally everybody like inspired by people from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, so Captain Nemo, all that kind of stuff. And the show was actually very good. And apparently, I guess Amazon Prime's picked it up because they're going to start showing it. Like I saw a trailer for it on Amazon Prime. That'll be interesting. But yeah, they didn't do a bad job with it at all. The classics, dim never die. And talk about this stream being like chaos theory in action. We've gone through breakdowns into Marvel and stuff like this in the horror movies, into 80s pop hits, into all kinds of craziness. I swear sometimes topics switch so fast, don't know what to talk about. Hell, I think I was even talking about anime in the beginning, wasn't I? Talking about Hulk Hogan and his Gawker lawsuit and his lioness. I gotta fix this blowout on the arm. Then I gotta start looking into the face to see what I'm gonna paint out there. Touch up around the neck a little. Tighten her up just a wee bit. Mr. Beans. That's fucking epic. Oh, God. Old British TV shows I used to watch. You ever see Blackadder with Rowan Atkinson in it? Guy who played Mr. Beans? Or Mr. Bean? I'm going to have to go to an eyelash brush in order to get in on those eyes and that mouth. That's going to be rough. All right, let's see. Give me a dark brown. Not that one. Give me the other one. Six, when you uploading your next video, are you playing drums anytime soon? I forgot Beans just left. I was going to ask her what the hell. Continue on that conversation too about. She said the one guy was saying bad things about Bosnian. I wonder if she was talking about that dude who said a Bosnian breathman or some shit like this, and he was like, he was cracking a joke. I don't think he was talking bad about Bosnians. Just the one dude he worked with. I'm not sure. I have to wait till next time I talk to Beans to ask her. I think he was just making jokes. I don't think he was aiming to offend anybody. A Bosnian breathman. I was like, what the hell is that? That's the only dude I remember saying anything about Bosnians. I almost feel like I should do this in green as well, but I think it's supposed to be leather. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hit it with brown and I'm going to go over it with a linen color and lighten it up quite a bit. Oh, dude, yeah. Jamming your finger when you got to hold on to a pair of sticks and play as fast as you do, I can imagine that would jack you up. I know that like it's getting to that time of year and I've been fortunate. It's been pretty hot outside, so my back isn't locking up yet. But eventually my back's going to lock up and you guys are going to watch like the funniest thing you've probably ever seen, which is my hand shake like a Michael J. Fox while trying to paint like straight. It's crazy. Once the nerves in my neck start compressing down, it gets bad real fast. I'm almost 100. Good. Good. Yeah, I mean, you got to let us know when you post that new video. I mean, we've got 9 days and then the entire news cycle basically slows down or stops. Fortunately for Sheree, that also means ABL's chat will slow down, so she won't have to work as hard because she seems to be the only moderator that's actually there. Like ABL was like, shout out to all the mods keeping the trolls in check last night. I'm like, what mods? You've got a mod. That's it. Poor Sheree. Yeah. Yeah, weather does. I mean, between my neck and my damn hands. And it's even worse now that I'm getting old. Like, getting old sucks. I mean, could be worse. I could not be getting old anymore, and that would suck a lot worse, but it definitely sucks getting old. Oh, I missed the spot with the. I just realized I missed a whole chunk with that damn purple. Didn't even realize it till I started going in at it. Dear Lord. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, let's see. It was Anthony McQuaid, right? Then who was it next? It was Bina, and now it's Sheree. And like poor Sheree has been taking it on the chin week after week after week. And yeah, you're not wrong, Six. It definitely beats the alternative. You know, like we're not built to last as human beings, but the alternative, yeah, that's a whole different matter. Definitely not good. Fixing that little miss on my part right now. I think she's coming out all right though. The face work's gonna be rough. I might actually go in. Matter of fact, I am. Since I gotta go in with a tight line anyway. I finish out with this belt. The only problem with using small brushes, you run out of paint very fast. So Six, you being a drummer and everything, do you ever watch like YouTube channels like Giangelo or Giangelo Angelone? He's the drummer for Dragon Force, and then the other one is S Sibirao or something like that. Sibiro. I don't know if you watch either of those guys. El Sibiro is, I think that's his name. I can't remember exactly what the hell his name is, but he's like phenomenal. He's got like a beard, Hispanic dude. He'll like play drums with one stick and like have the other one balancing on a cymbal and having it flipping back and forth. God damn it. That shoulder. Under that neck. And then I got to retouch. Whole inside of this arm. I missed all kinds of spots. I must be slacking. Problem is, it's these little tiny crevices. Yeah, L S Estepario. Yep, that's him. That's the dude. Yeah, he's fucking amazing. That guy's like insane drummer. I can never tell if he's smoking a cigarette while he's playing or he's smoking a blunt. Like, but whatever it is, man, that guy can fucking play some drums. I have never seen shit like it. It's just unreal. I thought it was weed. That's what I'm saying. If ever I can get some smoke again, you'll have to watch me paint after I've smoked because I'm so loose and relaxed. I can really just bang, 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 knock it all out. Um, what can I say? Use it medicinally. It helps. It helps with the creative process. It's always been my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, there's I think Drumeo is another channel where they'll feature like somebody who actually is a rock star, and they bring them in for just the drums, and they have them like play a song that they've never heard before, but it'll be a famous song. That shit's cool as hell too. I could never play drums. A, because I have no rhythm. B, I have no musical talent. I found that out early on. I have legit no musical talent. I've got white boy rhythm. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, So what kind of anxiety do you have, Six? Do you have social anxiety, or do you just natural, I get anxious about shit? Because I used to, I had bad social anxiety when I was a kid, but I always just made jokes to cover for it. And then as an adult, I just don't give a shit anymore. So kind of all worked out, but that's not everybody. That was just my kind of experience with it. Where the hell's Lennon? That is Lennon. Why isn't that open? What the fuck is going on? French vanilla, no. That's more for a skin tone. Huh. Wait a minute. Is that a Lennon? That is a Lennon. So, have you ever thought of ways around that? Just out of curiosity, like, have you ever, like I said, making jokes or whatever? Um, the whole thing is this: everybody fucks up, everybody makes mistakes. Has there ever been like a time in your life where you fucked up publicly, got nailed, and been so fucking embarrassed it's unreal? I'm just curious. And there's a reason I'm asking too. I mean, oh, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, so I was going to say the whole thing is if you look at it, what's the worst case scenario? A bunch of people are going to say some shit to you that you don't know, don't mean anything to you or anything else. If it's people that care about you, they know who you are at your heart. They like you for who you are. Their opinion might matter, but even if they know, even if you fuck up in front of them, they might break your balls, but you just laugh, like it's not a big deal because that's just you fucking up. But, random strangers or whatever, don't ever sweat what they don't ever, like I'm sure every one of them has shit their pants at one time or another. Yeah, and I mean that's just it. Like you should always be striving to improve yourself. But at the same point in time, um, you know, I'm like throwing this shit up on the internet. I paint something I think it looks like shit or I think it looks good or whatever, right? Now somebody else can come along, paint something, make my shit look dumb or make me feel stupid or whatever. If they're just watching the stream and taking a piss out of me, you best believe I'm probably going to fire back verbally because I know they've shit the bed or shit their pants at one point in time or another. Like nobody's perfect. And at least I had the balls to attempt it. You know what I mean? Gotta look at it from that perspective every now and again. That, well, yeah, like I may have gone out there and failed, but at least I had the balls to try. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hearing the words and then coming to terms with them. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, then nobody can really knock you down that notch. If it's like, oh yeah, dude, you painted this, it looks like shit, and then you look at it and you go, I could see where you'd say that. But still, fuck you for pointing it out, you know? Like, just shit like this. Like, you just don't take it too hard to heart because most people are can't even do half of what you can do on a drum set. Shit, and the ones that can, okay, fine, you got bragging rights, but I got time to get better. Is Devin still in the chat? I don't even know. She's usually busy with work about this point in time, but I definitely want to hear more of the like that's how she met her husband deal. That's kind of a cool story right there. That's definitely a cool out of body experience. Yeah, I mean, there's enough big shit going on with people nowadays and with the world and everything. So I have a theory, because you got to look at it. Do we switch between a Democrat and a Republican president all the time? Because we really do. Do we switch between the two of them because one has better ideas and all this kind of stuff? Is it a popularity contest? Stuff like this? Or is it really, when you break that shit down, is it somebody does a really good fucking job, then another person fucks everything, like, then everything's running well. So when everything's running well, people bitch about the most inane things because they need a reason to bitch. And then, so you go with the other side that has maybe not the stronger ideas, but are addressing your direct bitches. And then they fix that to flip it back, or they don't fix that. Instead, they compound it, make it worse. And then it flips back to the other side so they can put it back on the right track, only for it to get derailed again later on. Like, is it just really a balancing act of what we think we want? Because when we get what we want, we're not happy. Dear Lord, this is going to get rough. All right, so your trident's going to be easy there, sweet cakes. You guys think so far? No, I have to hold her out like this to get the. Yeah, so then you're getting the layers on the shine and stuff. Now the big debate, going in for that face and finishing off the damn trident. I guess I can go gold on the trident. Yeah, the marginalized, exactly. Like all of a sudden, the most quiet, like no bullshit voices. All of a sudden, it's it's almost like people stop, instead of staying on it. It's like, oh, everything's on the right direction. I don't have to do anything. I can just take my hands off the wheel, let the car drive itself for a minute, and then like the 4-year-old jumps on and turns off the autopilot. Like, I think it's more of the obscure being unhappy with its lack of. See, I think so too. I think so too, and I think the more majority just doesn't give a shit because they're happy with what they have. So why do I need to go out and assert myself because everything's running smooth? And then so they've become complacent, and then the lower voice takes over. The marginalized, I guess you'd call them, or the unsatisfied or unrepresented, or however you want to say it, feels like, okay, well, now my needs need to be met. Because when you look at shit, and I'm not taking the piss out of anybody in particular, but let's just take the transgender issue, right? How many people do you know that are like truly like got dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, well, not, but gender dysmorphia and actually feel they're in the wrong body, all this stuff? How many of them are there actually in the world versus the population, or in America versus what the actual full population of America is? And why do all of a sudden they have the loudest voice? Well, because everybody else doesn't give a shit anymore, because everybody else has been heard. It's like the weakest. You know how they say the meek will inherit the earth? Maybe that's how they inherit it. I mean, maybe it's just me and I'm an asshole and I'm spitballing, but that seems to be the case. Yeah, you do see a lot of it in gaming and music. So here's the thing, and this is going to be fucked up when I say it because you might take it as I'm endorsing an ideology. Communism does work. Actually does work. It works on a very small scale. So if you have a community and it's only 20 people in that community and that community does not get bigger and everybody is on the same page and agreeing with each other, communism works 100%. So does socialism, so does well, Marxism is completely different, but it works, right? If everybody's on the same page and everybody agrees. However, when you apply it to a population of, however many we've got in America, that shit won't work. The population's too big, too diverse, and too different. Not anybody is on the damn same page. Maybe 20 people are on the same page out of everybody, but not millions of people. So it's always going to fail. You can't apply it to a larger scale and make it work. Just, it doesn't work at all. It actually blows up in your face. Yeah, and that's just it. I've had this issue too where you're right. Like, at what point in time does you not working for anything mean that somebody who is working for everything is entitled to your shit? It makes no sense, because if that's the case, then nobody would work for anything and everybody would just wait for it to be handed to them by somebody who did go and work for everything. That doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't work. And as I always say, laziness being my superpower, I can tell you now, doesn't work. Yeah, a whole lot of death. I'll tell you what, though, if Trump does win and he gets rid of income tax and puts everything on tariffs, that would be amazing. That would be how America used to work. I don't think it'll happen, but because our government is so big and bloated, they're going to have to cut government down to like a third, maybe even a quarter of what it is now in order to make something like that work. I mean, that's a pretty cool plan, but I don't see it working. You have too many special interests with money in their pockets to fill in the politician they need. But I will tell you what is a possibility now that wasn't possible before this election cycle. Tulsi Gabbard has a shot at being a possibly the if Kamala doesn't win this, I think they're going to run Gavin Newsom in 2028. I think that's probably the move is to run him like he's working on cleaning stuff up and doing away with homeless encampments and all this. And that's clearly so he can run in 2028. And but I think Tulsi Gabbard will become the first woman president. I can see her being the president eventually. I think that would be badass. If like her story was I took on the Clintons when I was a Democrat and went against the narrative. They exiled me from my party. I went over when a cult of personality was running for president, joined with him, and now I will be running the country. Be just fucking insane. Like, what a switcheroo. Because depending on how everything plays out this go around, it looks like if Trump wins or loses, it's probably going to be JD Vance and maybe Vivek Ramaswamy running on the same ticket together in 2028. I could see that team up because they're like best friends and everything. And JD Vance really got himself out there. So even if Trump were to lose this election, I think JD Vance is still build up his stock where people are looking at him like, yeah, he's a future president. I don't think it's ever going to be Ron DeSantis. I don't think Ron DeSantis will. I think he'll try and run in a couple different elections, and I think he's an amazing governor. I don't think he's a good president. I don't know. He just, there's something about him that just doesn't land. And it's a shame because he really is a good governor. I just look at how he just handled the hurricanes that hit. Like, phenomenal. Did a phenomenal job. But I don't see him making it into the presidency in his lifetime. Maybe like way down the road when he's like 70, but no time soon. think there's something with him where he's just like lacking the swagger to be a president. Like, he doesn't have what I like to call big dick energy. Vivek comes in, he commands a room, he's got that charisma, he's got that big dick energy. Tulsi Gabbard has big dick energy. RFK has some big dick energy. And then for Democrats in the future is going to be kind of rough. And the reason I say that is because if Trump does win this and he does beat Harris, that's pretty much, that was your next step up. That was your follow up to Biden. So if he takes her out, guys like Buttigieg, stuff like that, they're going to just disappear into the background. I think they're going to go away. Not good. I'm starting to get the handshakes. Hand must be wearing out. Or my back of my shoulders. Goddamn weather change. Painting in this gold stuff is a bitch too, because you have to like triple layer it to get it to stick right. Like, for whatever reason, the pigment moves around a lot. You have to go in there either heavy or light with a whole bunch of coats. And I found if you go in there heavy, it goops. So you're better off going with a shit ton of coats. Is she coming out? She's coming out all right. Yeah, bloody weather. Well, I mean, hey, look, could be worse. I could be in New Jersey right now, and the weather there is absolute dog shit. Like, right now, people are probably walking around in hoodies and coats and everything else. I'm walking around barefoot and in my Taiwanese fisherman jeans, or my fisherman's pants. Almost like wearing PJs. It's cool enough out where I can get away with them. Oh yeah, dude. You're up in fucking, well, Michigan, right? You got that cross breeze coming across down from Canada or what have you. At least it's a quiet slice of life up there. At least I would think. I could be completely off base. All right, I got to get rid of some of these colors. I'm starting to stumble over them. All right. All the damn purples. Purples can go away. I'm gonna have to fuck with my colors. $100 eventually. North of Detroit. Yeah, yeah, you're up there. Definitely up there. I mean, there's got to be at least some cool stuff up there, right? Well, I mean, you're up there, so there's one thing that's cool that's up there. I'm about to attempt this and fuck this up bad. Oh, actually, I didn't. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, I'm gonna have to fuck with the focus on that. I'm actually a little proud of myself there. I think I just gave her lipstick. Yeah, I hate to put it this way because people do get hung up on, religious ideology and stuff, but not all Republicans are good guys. Not all people with Trump signs are good guys. Not all people with Harris signs are evil people. But yeah, I do think where you see more Trump signs, the nicer people are, or more accepting would be the way to put it. I'm debating this so hard. I kind of want to go in with a yellow for the eyeball. I'm thinking I'm thinking a yellow here. I got like a glitzy yellow. I do. Features are just so small and delicate. I'm afraid to fuck them up. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can pull this off with the eyeballs now. I'm definitely going to have to fix that with a little blue in there. Oh, yeah. The one side I definitely fucked up. Oh, yeah, dude. Well, that doesn't happen all the time either. Like, that's one of the things that kind of bothers me. The only reason why anything is going to make the news is because it's shit like that. Like, oh, guy kicking over a Trump sign or people doing horrendous shit. Like the one lady screaming in that toddler's face for no reason. Like, what the hell are you yelling at a toddler for? You know? Like, I think we watched that video last night, if I'm not mistaken, on ABL. Kid fucking, like, chick came over and was screaming in the toddler's face. Yo, if I was that kid's dad, that woman would have been picking her teeth up off the floor. Like, there's tolerance to a point of weakness, of severe weakness. Yeah, and I mean that's cool. You know, like I said, I try to use this place as a palate cleanser for that shit. Try to tell everybody, look, it ain't as bad as we all think. And if it is that bad, if it is as bad as they're showing and everything else, well, at least, you know, you got even-minded people here that are just we're chill and everybody can kind of just relax. The last feature I got to paint, and this is going to be rough. Goddamn eyebrows. Well, I appreciate that, Six. I mean, like I said, I'm not going for a huge audience. Huge audience would be nice. Making shit tons of money off of YouTube would be nice, all that kind of stuff. But when it comes down to brass tacks, I just really want to be able to chill with some decent people and have conversation. I don't know. I'm doing the eyes in gold and they feel like they're coming out wrong or they're not showing up. Like I'm definitely going to have to turn on, let me see. Let me turn on autofocus real quick. As I go ahead and drop my mouse in the fucking water. No. Yeah. Yeah. Turn on autofocus. I pick it up. You fucking piece of shit. That is not auto focusing worth a dick. Let's see. What's that at? Minus six. Oh god. Okay. Minus five helps. Turn off auto. Oh, there we go. All right, manual focus it in. So you can kind of see what that face looks like. Yeah, I guess that does work. Yeah, once the focus is in there, I think she's about good. She'll look awesome when she's sprayed, like the sheen off the tail and everything. What do you think, Six? I think I should go into here, maybe, and cut these fins with like the dark purple in between them. Thinking it's better off solid for some reason. Feels right to me to leave it solid. Yeah, I think she came out all right. Definitely think she came out okay. I don't really like the seedweed bandage over her boobs, but I didn't feel like giving my wife a topless model of a merfolk. I think I might have been a little fucked up. Spin around one more time. Time is it 11:30? It's not terrible. Got her done pretty quick. Ooh, I can tighten that up actually. Not too much. one of the cool things about holding it up to the camera. Then I can see like those little touches that I missed, like fixing that one part of her under boob, actually her side boob here. She shouldn't have side boob hanging out either. Yeah, there we go. Better. Anything else? Touch that up a little. Yeah, I think she's good. It's just a mer person. So like a mermaid, but the actually it's more like a siren. I was originally going to call the stream a siren and a siren head, but it's basically like an evil mermaid, but she should look like a fish. Should for the most part look like a fish. I still feel like I got a little blemish here on the cheek. Right there. I don't though. It's only when the light hits her a certain way because the way the eyes are set. Bring this back into focus. There we go. So the merfolk's done. Now for my next magical trick. Let's see how fast I can bang. This one will go out no problem. All right, thank you. Appreciate you for 6. All right, so we'll move her off the board. Let's bring this creep in. I kind of figured this would be more your style anyway, 6. This big, crazy looking son of a bitch. You seem to be more familiar with the horror end of stuff. But yeah, he is big compared to her. Like even her trident only comes up to about his shoulder. He's a big boy, big tall fucking meat socket with speakers for mouths and stuff. Looks like something that would be in Silent Hill or something like this. Let me do this. Flip the palette. My wife got me this neat glass palette, which I should be able to clean off after I'm done and reuse next time. Put away some of this crap. Get my diamond. I'm not going to need any of this for this one. From what I've seen, he's always like red. Well, like a brownish red. Should actually be a fast and easy one to do. Because I've never even heard the story behind him. Yeah, well, like I said, Pyramid Head. I plan on seeing if I can't find a decent model for you. I might do that one for you if that's what you wanted was a Pyramid Head. Unless there's something else like a liquor from Resident Evil or something. That could be really fun to do too if I can find one. Let's see. Time for the old Google search and see what the hell the deal is, what the legend of Siren Head is here. Let's see. Siren Head, where are you? All right. So it's an urban legend or a creepy pasta. I hate it when you go to sites and like they have the pop-up videos that like take up 90% of your screen and shit, and then like everything gets real small. All right. Siren Head is a popular internet urban legend and a hostile creature made by artist Trevor Henderson. As the name says, it has a siren for a head. Siren Head appeared in multiple media due to being so popular, while YouTube stars such as PewDiePie, Mark Pyler or Plyer, Jack, Jacksepticeye, and many others boosted Trevor's and Siren Head's popularity on the internet. Um, and that's all this fucking entire wiki page says about him, which is what the fuck. That's a whole lot of nonsense. What is Siren Head? By Henderson as the static physical form of an unfathomable supernatural entity. Siren Head is approximately 40 feet tall, can see without having any eyes, doesn't eat despite having organic teeth, and is rarely seen in areas with large populations. All right, this is a little better. And is usually stationary but can move very quickly. It uses its telephone pole like appearance to hunt humans. Siren Head has become extremely popular over recent years. You well-known YouTubers already read that shit. History: Siren Head was created back in 2018 by a Canadian designer. Oh, okay. Trevor's inspiration for Siren Head's creation was the now very known creepypasta villain known as Slender Man. The first photo of Siren Head to ever exist was an image featuring Siren Head standing still at a graveyard. Henderson later started making more and more images of Siren Head, expanding on the creature's story and disappearances of numerous victims all over the world. It's primarily found in the woods, similar to Slender Man, where it will release sounds out of the sirens atop its head in order to lure victims into its trap, where it'll ultimately kill and eat the victim if it's successful in its luring. A video game developer known as Modus Interactive created the first Siren Head fan-made video game. YouTube horror channel 2020. Siren Head became mainstream in the YouTube gaming community. External links. You know, like, what's the color scheme on this son of a bitch, though? That's what I want to know. So, I'm going to say in the middle here has got to be a brown spike. Probably go to the black sequins for the actual speakers and wires. It's got teeth inside the speakers on it. Yeah, I'd have to adjust the focus so you can see them, but maybe if I hold them out here. So those will go to a white. But is that skeletal or is that meat bone hanging that sucker together? Let's see, Siren Head color. That's just scared the shit out of me. Heard the dog go off. And he's going off bad. I'll be right back. Let me go check and see what this puppy's barking at, guys. Well, that ain't fucking creepy or anything. Dog starts barking when I start talking about Siren Head. Go and check, nothing there. But yeah, dark brown. Bork, bork. Yordy birdie doody. Dirty bird. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like most people are going dark brown on them all the way through. Um, which is cool. Definitely cool. I have an idea. He's got like cords that run up his body to his speakers. One, two, three of them. I think I'm going to go with a red on them. I think I'm going to go with a blood red on those. But everything else, I'll go into the brown like is suggested, except for the cords. Run them up to the speaker. Uh, go into a wood type color, I guess, up here, and then go black on the speakers, go white on the teeth, and we'll call that a day. Yeah. Furdy, furdy, furdy. Birdie, birdie, bork, bork, bork. I used to love the Swedish chef. He used to crack me up. All right, dark brown. Well, we'll start with darkest brown I got and work our way up. Yeah, it's funny because like Slender Man, the Legend of Slender Man, I thought that was kind of cool. It's like shadow people. Shadow people are an interesting little thing there, but I don't know how much of that's pareidolia and how much of it's real. How much of it's just your imagination. See if I can't contrast him out. What the hell? Like my dog is sitting there barking. Did I summon this fucking things like I don't know, but I will tell you now. Like his weapon is anything outside of a machine gun, I'm kicking his fucking ass. I'll just set his ass on fire. Oh no, you're fine, Sheree. We were I've mentioned you like a dozen times now, but you're fine. This is supposed to be your chilling stream. Like I was saying this earlier. I can't believe you deserve a break because you're the only goddamn mod that was even in ABL last night, and there's like 2,500 people in that place. I was like, poor Sheree is working overtime. Although I will show you this. Here's the final result on the mermaid or the merfolk. I think she came out cool. Kind of looks like Nebula from Guardians of the Galaxy in the face, though. Yeah, maybe it's the Rougarou. I better take like 13 coins, go throw them out on the front step. As long as that thing shows up, doesn't start eating the cats out front, I think there's at least 13 of them, so you won't be able to count past it. And we'll just turn back into a human in the morning and will pass me by. The Rougarou. The Lougarou. Yeah, this thing is definitely twisted looking. I mean, cool little model. Actually, have to do this with it, I think. So you can see the whole damn thing. She's a little big. Yeah, I think that's more down alien spaceship sound effects and vlog. I think that's more down his way. Yeah, like I said, doesn't seem like there's all that much to Siren Head, so I'm gonna have to add elements to him because otherwise it just seems like he's just a brown figure with some speakers on his head. Oh shit! Okay, that's a rarity. I forgot I even had that feature. It's like, oh shit, forgot about that. Wait, did you send a voice thing? Where the hell is it, Six? Went in the Discord on. Oh, there it is. I see it. Hold on, hold on. I gotta turn up the sound. Hopefully, it's not too loud. It goes through. Oh, is that shit not playing through? What? I can hear it. You went Ruga Ruga Roo. For some reason, it won't play through. Maybe because I'm not in stream mode on in Discord. Yeah, that was hilarious. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. All I heard was Ruga Ruga Roo. Da Ruga Roo. I like put a little Cajun on that. Such a shame he got old. But back in the day, there was an old movie called The Big Easy with Dennis Quaid, and I think he would have been the perfect Gambit. Like just the way he knocked out a Cajun accent and everything else, and his swagger and everything. I think he would have been like primo Gambit. I definitely would have gone to see that movie. No, it's not your phone. It's something with my audio setup. It's 110% something with my audio setup. Like so, here you go. Here's one of them behind the scenes thing. When this stream ends, the camera and the microphone and everything, I unplug all that shit. Because this is all running through my laptop, I can tell you right now, I don't let anything like I have tape over my actual laptop camera. My microphone is completely disabled on my laptop. I don't even turn that shit on because I don't want somebody else being able to turn it on. So I take out the driver for the one that's on the laptop itself. And then because my other one is physically unplugged, because there's been time I'm gonna fucking kill my dog. If there is nothing there, he's getting a like I'm gonna kill him. I don't know what the hell's going on with him tonight. He knows better too. He gets a treat for being a good boy. I give him a puppy cup when I'm done. If he's quiet through the whole stream, he's that's like the fourth time he's barked, and like he never barks. He's usually a pretty good dog through the entire show. Better be lucky I'm painting one that I'm not entirely sure of, and he's just becoming like the poop monster right now with all this brown. Yeah, like, but I that's just it. So same thing with phone, like the camera, people can turn that shit on. Like it's not good. Whole lot of not good there. I don't want somebody, like, it's bad enough that they now have, and they've had it for a while. There's equipment where you don't need a microphone in the room. You can just point like this microphone at the room. If the room has a window in it, the window vibrates at a certain frequency, they can hear exactly what the hell I'm saying. Like they can pick up your conversation. Like it's really screwed up some of the surveillance equipment they've come up with. I mean, I always find stuff interesting, like when they come up with less lethal weapons, they call them, like the microwave guns or the high frequency sound guns, where somebody's running away from you and like you, or running at you, and it's literally like, looks like a little radar dish on the end of a gun. You point it at them, you turn it on, and it emits a sound wave that makes people like fall down, shit themselves, pass out, like get sick because it throws off their inner ear. We got some crazy ass weapons nowadays. You don't have to just shoot anybody anymore. Like there's certain frequencies of sound where you can just disable a person. I mean, they even have a gun, they call it the heart attack gun, where you can throw somebody's heart out of rhythm with it. Pretty interesting. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely going to paint those wires red through them, I think. Brown does not gel with me. He's definitely brown. Yeah, zero privacy. Oh yeah, it is super creepy. Um, yeah, I mean, then again, I want you to really think about this. Really break down social media, because everybody's always getting in all these conspiracy theories about the government listening to you and everything else. The greatest listening device and the greatest thing to expose yourself is social media. People taking pictures of food. While I was here today and tagging themselves in a picture, that little location thing that you have on your phone for when you're out and about and all that, and use Google Maps and everything, that shit's automatically tracking your location. You already know this. They're putting it right in front of your face, and yet everybody leaves that shit on. And now, granted, them tracking you when that's off by tracking the cell phone bounce and all that, that's one thing that's kind of scary. But the fact that everybody just, yep, no worries. I'm just going to tag, I'm eating lunch with Billy Joe at the local pub, and I think we all need a picture and we're going to show what we ate today. You're giving away your information. You're giving away, like, if somebody wanted to find you, half the time they could just go on like whatever social media, X, Facebook, X, it's nothing against Elon Musk and that being a free speech platform, but people do the same shit. You want to track somebody down, it's not that hard anymore. It's not like, you're going to make the government really work for it. All they got to do is go to your profile pics. You have somebody who is a good enough profiler, they'll literally be able to look at your pictures and everything else you're taking pictures of, and just break you down by looking at them. That's creepier than anything else, is that we automatically give away our power. Like, just as a people, as a whole, we give away our power. I mean, first thing you do when you're signing up for a social media account is, yes, I give you access to all these privileges or whatever. And they can list whatever partners they want up front. All you got to do is agree to one of them, and that partner will share it with the other partner because you already agreed to give it to one partner. It's just messed up. I mean, then you got people like me where it's like, I don't really care if you know who I am, where I am at. Like, what are you going to do? Show up here? Okay, well, good move on you. You just came to hell to fight the devil. Like, what are we really doing here? Like, but when it comes to government spying on people, everything else, if you're really not doing anything wrong, then who cares? What are they going to nail you on? They're going to nail you on whichever, candidate you agree with and disagree with. I don't think that's not going to cut it when it comes to like an actual court battle, you know. If you're like posting stuff like, "Hey, go, do this horrible crime." Okay, that dog hunts. But if you're just like, I'm so pissed off the election was stolen, they might investigate you, but who cares? Who cares? They can't do anything to you. Like constitutionally and legally, they can't do anything to you. We don't live in a complete police state. Oh yeah, well you need an app nowadays for everything because even the free games. Look at a game like Flappy Bird, right? Remember that came out and the guy who developed it had like basically a nervous breakdown because it took off and like everybody was playing it for a minute there and was all invested in it and he like took the app down, was like, "Oh, I feel like I'm ruining people." Just from them people downloading the game, the people who develop the app make money on it. So even if you never if you're utilizing it, they're going to make a lot of money. But just you downloading it, there's a reason why so much stuff's free. They make money off of advertising other stuff on it a lot of times. Wow, this guy is actually flying together, I think. I mean, really flying together. You guys can't really see the shading on it. Well, actually, yeah, you can if I bring him in. But yeah, he's actually like coming together pretty fucking quick. Shocked. Yeah, I mean, that's so the problem is this. I see it as a twofold problem as well. I see it as you need that app to walk out your door because now all the time you need a digital footprint, right? This way you're signed in and you're connected to everybody and that's kind of what generates your participation in society is being hooked into whatever app. I mean, granted, there are nice things about it, like, okay, I'm going live on a stream tonight. I can sit there and hit everyone in the post, and everybody gets to see that. They come in, they even if they just drop by for a second and say, hey, and they hit me with that like or, whatever, that's helpful to me. Like, that's super fucking helpful. Um, but I also look at it as the double-edged sword that it is. If everything's online and everything's all digital, like we're not carrying cash or whatever, okay, I had a hurricane. I had one just recently, took out my power for 3 days. We always keep a mild amount, and I mean a very mild amount, like $100 on us in cash somewhere, whether it's in my wallet, my wife's purse, whatever. We always have $100 because if everything goes powered down, your digital goes away. So how are you supposed to pay for things? How are you supposed to, well, you're screwed. It was like I've seen it. I've been working in stores where we lose connection to the credit card machines or whatever. And it's like 90% of the time you're like, yeah, you got to go hit that Mac machine over there or that ATM over there in order to buy your shit because we can't run your card through. Well, I can't do that because it's going on the credit card. Well, then I'm sorry, I can't sell you goods. So I see it as like a total double-edged sword where there is a problem with everything going digital. It's the same reason why my wife turned, like, we have a big living room. Um, yeah, I don't want to fill out a contract to buy a Coke either. What our living room is actually a library, and my wife has lot of a lot of eclectic, rare books. And then we have just regular ass books in there too. And the whole thing is, it's like, oh, well, I need to research this. Okay, well, you can go online on the internet, right? What happens if say we get like a decent sized solar flare, it blows out all the nodes in the internet and destroys shit, relay stations, whatever. Internet goes completely down. I've got 20 survival guides in the other room that I can break out and just read them. And we'll never get rid of all the books, and that's why. Like, well, not in this house anyway. I won't get rid of all the books, and that's why. Because yes, is digital faster, nicer, easier? For the most part, takes up a lot less space. Not as heavy when you're moving. But I'll tell you what, in certain situations, you're going to pray that you had a book versus that old phone you're dealing in, you know? He is actually coming together faster than I thought he was going to. And that musculature. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're just old. Maybe that's the problem. Then again, when you get in an argument with certain people and you're talking about farmland and shit, and they're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. Just go to the store and buy your food. Like, wait a minute. You think that food is just made right there in the store and you press a button and the shit pops out and refills itself? Like, what? Do you not understand how distribution and like everything works? Well, what do you mean, man? Like, it's all right there in the store. Like, no, you asshole. What happens when it's just crazy to me. Let's get up in here. Yeah, I think I'm going to hyper out the. I'm definitely going to hyper out these lines because they run through and I can see where they're running through the thing. I'm going to do them in a blood red. I think that'll look kind of creepy. I'm also going to go over this. See, give me a little bit more of that dark brown. Let's fix that out. I don't want too much light brown up there. So I'm assuming his head is supposed to be like a telephone pole. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, Sheree. Take nothing for granted. Like, I take stuff for granted all the time, but then every time I really start to, I get I get the crap knocked out of me by hurricanes or something. And I'd lose power for 3 days, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot what this was like. Like, I mean, in my teens and my early 20s, I had the room up in the attic of my mother's house that I had redone. That was like our party place, and no air conditioner in there. In the summer, it'd be like 125 degrees or something. It was like a goddamn oven up there. No air conditioner, just a box fan, and like be fine with it. Now it's like, oh no, 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 I need my central air. You lost your mind. Yeah, we definitely get used to certain things that not very long ago when you really break it down. go back 100 years, that people did not take for granted. One of those things, clean water, clean running water. Like, it wasn't all that long ago that we first got our clean running water. Like, not having to run out to a well and like pump it out yourself or whatever, and then boil it for parasites and everything, or filter it through six different things. All right. I'm hoping this comes out the way I'm envisioning. We'll see though. Actually, I think that is I don't know if you guys can see it or not. I think that is coming out creepier than I thought it was going to. Now you got to be real careful because it's such a fine line in there. Yeah, well, and it's funny, Sheree, you say that. That's what Six and I were saying, that it really, like, why does it keep flipping back? Republican, Democrat, Republic. Is it really the person with the better ideas, or is it that America starts running fine, and then everybody has something that they want to bitch about, but because everything's running fine, we flip to the other side because they're listening to the smaller voices that have complaints. And it's that vocal minority or what have you that's getting addressed. And I use transgenderism as a thing. Like, nobody really cares unless you're hurting kids with it, you're transgender or not. But it becomes a focal point because what else are you going to bitch about? The economy's good, house prices aren't bad, you know? But then they get put into focus and it all hammers down on them. I know after this stream's done, I am 110% thanking my wife for this acrylic thing she got me for acrylic paint because it works awesome. Just rough to paint this damn thing. That wire, the way it's wrapped around his leg in the back. What about Debbie? Finish the fucking story, man. Tell me about the golf shoes. Malibu Barbie. Yeah, I mean, That's just it. Somebody explained to me, you pandered to all these different people, right? And then when it comes down to crunch time, you know that if you don't go more moderate, that those people are going to vote against you, yet you still go more moderate. Wouldn't you be better off doubling down if that was the majority of Americans who felt a certain way? Wouldn't you be better off doubling down on those minorities that you were supposedly representing to begin with? Adam's family values. I have not seen that in years. That was one of the few shows that they did an upgrade to and made it into a movie from the past that they knocked it out of the park. Good lord. Wait, which one was Family Values? Was that the one where the chick wanted to marry Fester and then overthrow Gomez? One that, I'm trying to remember. The first Adams Family was, it was supposed to be Fester, but they, like it was supposed to be an imitation Fester, but he had lost his memory. And then the second one was the chick rooking everybody for their money, which would be Debbie, correct? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Joan Cusack. It actually isn't coming out too terrible, I don't think. Although I'm telling you now, it's not doing justice the camera work. One day I will get a camera, or I will take this camera and figure out exactly how to get it where it hits color right. I think this camera is like 60 bucks or something like that, which isn't terrible, but it also doesn't do exactly like, when you're painting something, it's like, oh, you check out the color on this. And I look at it on my screen and it's like you can't really see the colors. It's just like, oh, well, shit. Yeah, the husband killer. There you go. Yeah, I mean, Adam's Family was good. Oh well, shit. I didn't realize that's where that cord goes. I just found it. It goes down his arm. Just go into his arm. It does just go into his arm. Fuck. Fuck. Hey, where's the other cord? Damn, that is the other cord there. It would have been a lot easier if I just went all brown with it and just left it and said, that's it. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at Halloween. What's everybody's favorite Halloween movie anyway? I know the day before Halloween, well, the night leading into Halloween, which would up north would be known as Mischief Night. I have a tradition of watching Evil Dead 2. It used to be the sequel to Aliens, and then one year I ate acid and watched Aliens, and yeah, it was not a good mix. All right, boom, boom. That one comes down that arm. Oh, now I found you. Sheree's like I don't know. The Great Pumpkin. Charlie Brown is Sheree's choice. Then we'll go with that for you, Sheree. God damn it! Every time I look at this thing. Yeah, that'll work. Part 3 through 6. So where it's well, no, because was it? I'm trying to remember. 2, he was wearing the hood. I'm trying to remember my Jason Voorhees. 2, he was wearing the hood. 5, 5, I want to say that's the one where they follow Tommy in the mental asylum, And it turns out it's a paramedic that was killing everybody because his son was like, I don't know if he was mentally unstable or what, but the paramedic was dressed up like Jason. Oh my God. Sheree, you're talking about Faces of Death, aren't you? I want to say it's Faces of Death. And in Halloween 7, Friday the 13th, part 7, 6, I liked because I liked the battle with the psychic chick at the end of the movie. Other than that, yeah. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake I thought was actually good. You're talking about the one that had Jessica Biel and I think that's her name, and Arlie Emery in it. Yes. Yes. Okay, Sheree. Yeah. Faces of Death. I actually have all those on disc. I have 1 through 4. I never even opened them up and watched them because I've watched them all before. Like I watched them on VHS tape when they had first come out. But then they came out on DVD and I got a copy of each of them because I know they're banned. Yeah, I think I've told you this before, Six. One of my guilty pleasures is Jason X, where he's in space. I think it's a terrible movie, but it always cracks me up every time I watch it. Yeah, that wire ends there. It's coming down. Any more wires? No more what? Actually, yes, he does. He has another wire. Damn it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's cool to have. It's funny. I joke. I tell people all this time, and people don't believe it. But there was a point in time where I had so many DVDs. I had like 25 of these racks that lined the walls of a room, and then DVDs stacked from on top the rack to the ceiling. I had like, I think the last count we had was like 3,700 or 3,500 DVDs that I had. Um, I legit, when I worked at Blockbuster, anytime something would go out, you have what's known as previously viewed tape, which became PVD for previously viewed DVD. If it was something I was interested in, I would grab it, and because I got a discount on it. So I was getting DVDs when they were on, like in Walmart for like 20 bucks, 15 bucks or whatever. I would get them PVT'd or PVD'd out, and I would get them for like $1 to 5. So I had legit had an enormous video collection. I had stuff that was still sealed in plastic I never opened. Okay. That's every one of the wires, I believe. No, it isn't. Damn it. 2000, 2003. Is that what is like I said, is that the one with Arlie Emery? I think that's the one with Arlie. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I really enjoyed that one myself. Because Arlie Emery with the one guy, I'll never forget the part. Arlie Emery's in the car and he's the sheriff or whatever. And like the kid says something smart to him and he turns around and he hits him in the mouth with like the butt of his gun and knocks all his teeth out. And like the kid's teeth start falling out, and Arlie Emery pulls out his denture and he's like, "Look, now we got something in common." Yeah, well, I mean, they're good to have too, Sheree, because unfortunately, I mean, granted, right? I'm not saying to do this, but I converted most of my stuff over to one hard drive. Like I would burn the DVD off to a hard drive. And then because nowadays you get everything digitally and they're altering it. They'll cut stuff out or edit a scene out because it goes against the grain of what's acceptable in society. There was only one thing that I wish I could have gotten hold of, and it was a copy of Song of the South my buddy's dad had. I really wish I could have gotten a copy of that because that is my absolute favorite Disney movie. I know everybody says, "Oh, it's super racist." Well, it really isn't. It's just Gullah legend, like of Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox, Brer Bear. Yeah, what you gonna do with your tickets now, Hotshot? The first Texas Chainsaw 6 freaked me out. Like the whole movie didn't really scare me, but what makes that movie so good, and people don't realize it until they really think about it, is the fact that there is no background music. So when something happens, they don't play some kind of jump scare music. It just happens, right? And the part that always creeps me the hell out, not Leatherface grabbing somebody and chainsawing them up or anything. It's flat out the part where they're all sitting at the table and there's all the corpses around the table and the grandfather out of nowhere moves. Like all of a sudden you realize the grandfather's still alive. Like what the hell? Like to me that is the creepiest part. Normally I wouldn't do this so sloppily, but because I'm going over it in black in a second, I'm fine with it. Actually, I might even throw a little red in there for color. And that real creepy ass look. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Let me see how it looks on the other end. It looks better on the other side. This side, not so much. I need to cut back the red and go back to a white on top of it. Now to black out those speakers with metal. Yeah, well, I mean, so the movies I don't like that have come out, um, I mean, the effects were good in them and everything else, but I couldn't really get into them. Were like the Hostel series, you know what I mean? Like that torture porn, I think they call it, like that type of movie. It's like I don't know. There's such a thing as being too realistic with shit. Like I don't know. You can be a little too over the top with your gore. Like you got to balance it just right with the scare factor to make it work. Like, is it believable a guy like Leatherface is going to kick into a room and like chainsaw somebody to death? Probably not. Is it true that some weirdo over in Europe would lower you in at a hostile and then do horrible shit to you? Yeah, that's possible. Like you need that balance of non-reality in my movies. Not unless I'm watching like a documentary or something. And unfortunately, there's very few documentaries. Well, at least that catch my attention anyway. Very few. Yeah, like The Purge had an R-rated idea, and then they just I don't know, it didn't land. Like there's old movies like The Strangers that were just like The Purge and were better because they were creepier. Like somebody showing up at your house, a whole group of people showing up that you've never seen before, and they're just like, "What the hell are you even doing here? Why me?" And it's like, "Why not?" I mean, there are some older ones. I still think one of the best movies for like body horror, that type of shit, is The Thing. Even by today's standards, I think it holds up. But really, when you break the thing down to its core, it's not just about an alien, it's about people not trusting each other. Yeah, exactly. There you go. More serial, less forced. And I think the point is that what makes a movie like that more scary to me is that it's one thing when you got somebody with a motivation for killing everybody. Like so, we'll take some of the iconics like Freddy Krueger. Well, he was already a killer and a child diddler and all this, and the parents burned him alive. He's coming back for revenge. Jason Voorhees, he was kind of a slow kid, couldn't swim well. The counselors went off to have sex, and he drowned. So now his mother comes back for revenge. He comes back for revenge. There's a motivation there. Leatherface is just the whole family's fucking crazy. Just whack jobs, right? Something like The Strangers is off putting because it's like you still don't know why they came there. You don't know what they came there for. There's no motivation behind it. It's just random event. what the hell? There was a movie called The Crazies. Um, and then there was another movie that was just like it. It might have been called The Crazies as well, but it was basically like a zombie movie. That one wasn't bad. Yeah, yeah. The Crazies was decent. It's like I think it was Alien. I was on one of his streams, and he was breaking down different movies, and I'm like, because he was covering House on Haunted Hill, the old Vincent Price version, and I was like, yeah, yeah, they did that. Um, and then they followed it up, and the newer version actually wasn't as good as the old school one, even though the old school one wasn't really scary. But I was like, another one that people always overlook that they did an old version and then did a new version for was that movie 13 Ghosts. I kind of liked that movie. It wasn't a good one, but I still kind of liked it. Thought it was all right. It was serviceable. Like I liked the different ghosts. Although I still think the most terrifying movie ever made is a movie with Ben Affleck and J Lo, and it was called Jiggly. I gotta redo that mouth. Yeah, it was cheesy but good. Sometimes cheesy movies can be really fun. Finish up this mouth, and I think I've got him pretty much hammered. Let's see. Hmm, got him. I don't know if you can see all the stuff running through him. Although I will take this black paint and fix that base where I blew out a little on the brown. He's set. Oh crap, this sequin black. It's going to be shiny. Oh well, could be worse. I know I'm looking at it now on camera. I know that these look like they're brown, but they're not. They're blood red. Here we go. Move her back in. Get lower. See if I can't get this. There you go. I think you can see the red a little better now. Yeah, I actually really like the way she came out with the shine. turn on her picture too while I smoke my cigarette. What are you sorry for? Thanks, Sheree. Yeah, I really like the shimmer off her. I give it to folk art or plaid or whatever. Like folk art and plaid, they do make like their paints are awesome, craft paints for just 3D models. Like I can imagine they'd be good for anything you ever need them for. Oh, okay, you're kidding. Yeah, I think I read that completely fucked up too, six. All right, that's two more down. Dog, go lay down. You stink too, dog. Dog's like all excited because he knows I'm coming to the. I said I'm coming to the end. He hopped up like he had a rocket up his ass. Like, oh really? Oh God, six. That is a fucking awesome joke that I missed. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see her? See if you can see the detail on her face. She got her lips and her eyes. The eyes are actually gold, but the metallic above them kind of like makes it wash out a little bit unless you're really looking at it. Dude, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Six. Oh, good lord. I'm getting old. I'm gonna have to like do like Mister does and start exercising all the time because I'm getting old and out of shape, and that's not a good combination. Old and in shape is one thing. I'm not saying I got to get like Harry Cavill ripped, but getting in shape definitely help. Maybe I won't hurt as much. But yep. So the next stream will be Thursday, Halloween. And like I said, I really am looking forward to it. I hope you guys are here for it too. If you're not, I understand, people have shit to do. But yeah, when I tell that ghost story, if nothing, I might have to go back and just clip the ghost story and put it in its own separate video because it's a wild one. And kind of what I was saying to Beans earlier, you know, because when I was talking about the out of body experience, if you don't believe me, you don't believe me. If you believe me, you believe me. But I can just tell you what happened and what I actually witnessed. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. If you do believe me, that's fine. But I'm going to tell you the story anyway, and it's not some Amityville shit, but it's definitely some interesting shit, and it's true. Like I can just tell you that living through it, it was true. Um, but it's going to be probably one of my best stories I tell. And like I said, it's going to cover three different ghosts. And the end of it is going to hurt me when I tell it. Like it really is. It's actually going to emotionally hurt me when I tell the last story because I told it to my daughter out in Washington or Oregon, wherever she is now. She's moving in between the two. But I told her the story, and when I was telling her, I was fighting back tears. So it's like it's gonna hurt, and I know it's gonna hurt, but the ending of it, very uplifting, and it actually does give you a little something to believe in. Gives you a little hope going forward. And like I said, you might dismiss it and just say it's this, that, and the other thing, and you'll hear it in the story where I will explain how I question myself on certain shit. Um, but yeah, I look forward to telling you guys too, because anybody that knows me, and you guys pretty much know me at this point, because I just throw it all the fuck out there. Um, you'll know I'm not bullshitting, and it's not to get money or clickbait or some shit like this. It's actually what I remember and what I witnessed and went through and everything. Oh, dude, it's not like, so that's just it. In a way, I'll be happy to tell the story to just the internet, um, in general, or you guys in particular, but the internet in general, especially like anybody who's religious, right? And you say there's a heaven and there's an afterlife. Remember, I don't believe in religion, stuff like this, and I don't fault anybody for it. But the one good thing about that story is going to be it's kind of evidence. But it's only evidence to me, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it'll be evidence to you too, but it's a good thing. Like it's actually a very positive thing, and getting it off my chest, maybe it'll help me cope a little because well, I can't get into it because I'll give away the whole fucking story. Yeah, and I don't want to give away the story. But unfortunately, six, that part of the story actually isn't all that spooky. Like it's weird, but it's not that spooky. It's more uplifting, if anything. That's the way I look at it anyway, is it's actually an uplifting thing and a positive thing for everybody. But yeah, all right. I am done my smoke. Definitely been a stream. We got them both knocked out. He's got his mouths in his face. He's got all his wires painted red. She's looking shimmery. So I think we'll call that a night. I look forward to seeing you guys Thursday, and I really look forward to telling you guys the story. And thank you again, staying with me the whole time and chilling and BS and everything else. And six, thank you for just sitting here bullshitting with me for a while. I really do appreciate that, and we can talk old horror movies and music and everything else more as we go forward. And then once Halloween's in the books, after that, we're off the spooky stuff, and I'll still be painting cryptids and stuff for my wife and some other shit. But then I think the stories might start switching over to crazier stories with me and my friends if one comes up. Or I might talk about the bar that I worked at from the time I was 14 to 29. Anytime I needed a job, I would quit, go work a job, and then either work that as my spare job, my second job, or I would go back whenever I quit a job completely and had no money. And that bar is fucking crazy. Like the stories that came out of that bar, fucking crazy. The characters in it are just ridiculous, and I've got a shit ton of them. There's 15 years in that place. It's just hysterical. But yep, I'm gonna call it a night here. I thank you guys again for watching me, being here, just listening to me run my gums, watching me paint stuff. Hopefully, some of the stuff came out cool and you guys are enjoying it. Everybody go get some rest. Enjoy your tomorrow. I'll see you Thursday. And until then, just remember, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.